Please silence your cell phones at this time. The program will begin shortly. Good morning and welcome to the Second Summit for Democracy. The program will begin soon. During the day, please remember to stop by the art installation in the lobby, which illustrates the history of democracy in Zambia. If you're feeling unwell, please make your way to the main lobby entrance, where medical personnel can attend to you. Please silence your cell phones at this time. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats at this time as the program will be commencing momentarily.
Stay here. Stay here. We're going to do that one more time. Sorry. Yeah, we need everyone sitting down. Can you help us?
Please be seated at this time as the program will be commencing momentarily. Please rise and welcome His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, accompanied by the Honorable Stanley Kakubo, the Honorable Mulambo Haimbe, Ambassador Mike Gonzalez, and Secretary Miguel Cardona. Please remain standing for the national anthem of the Republic of Zambia. Please welcome Republic of Zambia Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honorable Stanley Kakubo.
Good morning. Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Cardona, Secretary of Education of the United States of America, colleagues from the Zambian Cabinet, visiting ministers, members of Parliament, heads of electoral bodies, heads of judiciaries, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and high commissioners, distinguished delegates, the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you all to Lusaka, Zambia, and indeed to day 2 of the Summit for Democracy. Distinguished guests, we stand here on the cusp of something great as Zambia hosts the 2023 Summit for Democracy, a journey that began in Washington, D.C., where the idea was first mooted, and now it's spreading across Africa and to the rest of the world. We must muse over this achievement. Let us heed the wise words of the cautionary adage, don't judge life by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant. This quote is particularly relevant this morning because we are once again planting the seeds of democracy, not just for the nation of Zambia, but the entire African region and beyond, for the benefit of this generation and the generations to come. Democracy is once more than just a system of governance, but it also empowers our people, individuals, communities that make nations, and respects the human rights and creates opportunities for all. And as Zambians, this is the path we've chosen. We are faced with numerous challenges, but we continue to emerge stronger, more adaptive, more visionary under our president. We are persistent and will continue to express and stand by democratic principles. The concept of democracy has gained traction in recent years, with millions of people around the world embracing the principle of collective decision-making. And that is why today, here in Lusaka, we are gathered to acknowledge that our citizens have entrusted us with your different governments, with responsibility to lead with accountability and respect for the rule of law. Distinguished delegates, it is essential for all of us to understand that democracy is not merely just a system, but a philosophy that prioritizes development, peace, unity, and tranquility for all nations. And as leaders, we must continue to respect the will of the electorate and provide a conducive environment for decision-making that reflects the aspirations of our people. In essence, democracy promotes inclusivity, accountability, and transparency, creating a society that is fair, a society that is just, and a society that is equitable. Therefore, we must approach democracy with a sense of purpose, recognizing that it is a means to the end, and the end that is the well-being of every nation, its people, especially the young people. The last Zambian general election that saw the ushering in of our president, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, was unique in every sense, especially the number of youths that turned out in record numbers to pick the president of their choice and to make sure that he's sworn in. Now, this journey has not been easy, but like the African eagle, which, by the way, is the bird that is on our national flag, and also on a handful of other African nations, such as Malawi, we still continue to rise and we continue to learn from each other. Mr. President, this summit therefore presents a vital opportunity for our nations to share best practices and exchange experiences on promoting democratic governance, also engaging civil society and implementing reforms that promote democratic institutions. Distinguished delegates, let me express our government's unwavering commitment not only to deliver a successful summit, but also to engage meaningfully with each and every one of your delegations. Our collective goal is to achieve much improved democratic governance across the continent, and we are passionate about this dream. We must be cautious, though, because there can be no democratic dividends without economic emancipation. Civil rights and freedoms must go hand in hand with quality health care and first-class education for our citizens. Liberties and freedoms must go hand in hand with jobs and opportunities for our people. That is why our president, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and our government has put education at the center of systemic reforms by making education free from first grade to the 12th grade. And that is why President Hichilema and our government have reconfigured our national budget by providing tangible empowerment to the youth and women. Once more, it is great to welcome you all to Lusaka, and God bless you. I thank you.
Please welcome the head of the United States delegation, Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona.
Good morning. Your Excellency, President Hichilema, Minister of Foreign Affairs Kakubo, Minister of Justice Haimbe, heads of delegations from across the continent, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is an honor to represent the United States here at the Africa Regional event of the Second Summit for Democracy. My heartfelt thanks to the government of the Republic of Zambia for graciously hosting all of us here today and warmly welcoming us to this beautiful and diverse country. We all come together from different countries. We represent different backgrounds, different perspectives, different stories. But what unites us in all of this is the firm conviction that democracy delivers. Democracy delivers inclusive economic growth, but it also delivers much more than material benefits. Democracy delivers hope for change, the possibility that our societies could always get better, our futures could always get brighter. And it delivers the understanding that mistakes can always be corrected, and conflicts can be resolved without violence. Democracy delivers resilience, values that endure, and institutions that last, even as we evolve and improve. A system that is greater than individuals, moments, or whims. Democracy delivers accountability, the means for people to exercise fully their rights and freedoms, and the institutions to make sure governments respond to the people they represent. And democracy delivers choices. It gives more people more options for their lives, for their livelihood, and for their futures. Accountable, responsive democratic governance is the best tool we have to deliver on the full potential of our people and the full promise of our nations. Democracies are not afraid to question themselves or welcome new ideas, grounded in their firm belief that everyone's voice matters. This freedom and fearlessness are why democracies are stronger and better able to find creative solutions to the challenges we face. Nowhere is that more clear than in the democracies across the African continent. The hard work to ensure democracy delivers is represented by all of you, sitting here right now, right here. We see it in Mozambique, where half of the ministers are women. The parliament regularly brings the cabinet in for tough questions, and civil society plays a critical role in keeping the government accountable. We see it in the Zambia, which instituted a zero-tolerance policy on official corruption and recently held free and fair legislative presidential elections. We see it in Niger, where President Bazoum is the first democratically elected president to take over from another in the country's history. Today I have the honor of speaking from one of the bright spots. Zambia, this is your moment. Zambia's reform agenda today presents a model of democratic and economic renewal for all of us. And Zambia's young people are raising the bar for the country's future. Here in Zambia, young people stood in long lines, waiting to cast their vote because they were determined to make a change in the future of their country and in the course of their lives. Here in Zambia, young people ran to become local elected officials or members of parliament themselves, with some now serving in roles from mayor to district chairperson. And here in Zambia, we saw that bear fruit in the country's historic third peaceful transition of power, where Zambia has embraced the democratic reforms pledged by President Hichilema. What you've accomplished here in Zambia is an inspiration to the world. As I've heard people say here, Zambia Kuchalo. Let me also say this. The story of democracy is not new to the continent. And it's not just one of the votes counted and leaders elected. It's the story of potential unleashed, of dreams realized, of young people leading. The UN estimates that by 2050, half of the African continent's population will be under 25 years old. That means the African continent could well be on the doorstep of a democratic renaissance, driven by powerful youth dividend and leaders like you at all levels. I have high hopes for our shared future and high aspirations for our continued partnership where we learn from one another and support one another. We know, too, that the work of sustaining and improving our democracies, it's never done. That work never ends. But that potential for change led by the people is part of what makes democracies so powerful. Like any other democracy, we in the United States have faced setbacks. We've faced disappointments, threats to our election and democratic institutions from outside of our borders, but also from inside. 236 years after our Constitution was signed, the work of protecting and sustaining our democracy continues. The work is never done. President Hichilema, you described the same idea beautifully when you wrote, like a fruit tree, democracy needs constant attention. If you come to it once every 5 years and expect a bountiful harvest, you'll be disappointed, right? So I hope you don't mind if I extend the fruit tree comparison today to describe the work that lies ahead. Like a growing fruit tree, you first have to plant the seeds of democracy. In democracy, free, fair, and transparent elections, the theme of this event reflect a key moment when the seeds germinate. Elections are where people can make their voices heard. We're doing important work to nurture those seeds of democracy, including through some important initiatives that came out of the first Summit for Democracy, like the Global Network for Securing Electoral Integrity, the Defending Democratic Elections Fund, and the Democracy Cohort on Election Integrity. But let's also be clear. Too often, people confuse elections as the be-all and end-all of democracy. Planting the seeds in the context of democracy means encouraging people to participate in the democratic process for the first time and beyond. And that's why education is so fundamental. And it's why President Biden dispatched me, America's education minister, as his representative here today. When a child learns to read and uses that knowledge to learn about issues that will matter for their future, education plants the seeds of civic engagement. When a student learns about the history of their nation and how their government functions, education plants the seeds of democratic participation. When a young person learns in class about pathways they can take in their career and in their lives, education plants seeds of hope. So I want to applaud Presidents Bazoum, Hichilema, and many others for your critical investment in education. Thank you. I also want to talk about something. When I talk about the importance of education, I talk about it with humility, recognizing fully the challenges of our own education system in the United States. In the United States, I often call attention to a broken status quo that has failed students, a normalization of failure in some pockets of our country. I talk about teacher shortages. I talk about making education more affordable and more accessible. I talk about the need for more pathways to career. I talk about education being the great equalizer. And I talk about the needs for civic education at a time when young people, especially, are growing up in an environment where increasing misinformation and targeting by bad faith actors is happening. I'm sure some, maybe all, of the issues that I mentioned here today resonate with you in your own countries. If we're going to fulfill the promise of education to plant the seeds for a stronger democracy, we're going to have to learn from one another, from our successes, as well as from our mistakes. We are in this together. That's a big reason why I'm so proud of the education exchanges we in the United States have with young people from all over the world, including students from the African continent. These exchanges, whether it be the Young African Leaders Initiative, Fulbright, or others, build the people-to-people exposure and ties which make all of our democracies stronger. Once we plant the seeds, we need to nurture the tree so it develops strong and resilient trunk that can help the tree stand tall. I think of the baobab trees you can find here in Zambia and other countries across the continent. The baobab tree is known for being able to store a huge amount of water in its trunks, right? So even when times are dry, the tree is still able to produce beautiful fruit. Just like the trunk of the baobab tree, a resilient democracy has a built-in capacity to deliver, even during difficult times. Democracy relies on systems, not superheroes. It has strong institutions that are designed to deliver for the people. It has space for effective civil society organizations like the many of you represent here today, like Nigeria's Yagi Africa, which promotes democratic governance, human rights, and civic engagement. And here too, education plays a very critical role. When we invest in our education systems, we invest in our people, we build a more resilient future. The same goes for our health systems, our agricultural systems, our systems for managing free and fair elections, and more. And even once they are strong, we cannot take our systems and institutions for granted. We've seen all around the world in recent years. We need to cultivate and nurture them and always build democracy's capacity for the future. We need to make the trunk of the tree stronger. So after we've planted the seeds and we've nurtured it into a strong tree, then we can reap the harvest, the fruits of democracy. That has never been more important. All around the world today, democracies are facing serious challenges: political polarization, misinformation, corruption, distrust of institutions, deepening inequalities. And that's all before factoring the threat from hostile actors and authoritarian leaders outside the borders. That's why I stress the need for accountable and responsive governance. And here's what that looks like. Civil society contributing to the solutions. Opposition political parties presenting alternative perspectives. Transparency in public service. A responsible and vibrant media. As we focus today's discussion on free, fair, and transparent elections, let's also nurture the entire ecosystem and lifestyle that fosters the tree. The work of democracy neither starts nor stops at the ballot box. It requires nurturing the seeds of democracy, growing its capacity for the long term, and finally delivering the fruits. All of us here have a stake in making sure democracy delivers in our country. I said it before and I'll say it again. We are in this together, as friends and partners, as brothers and as sisters. Let us support one another on this journey. I'm reminded of the founding father of an independent Zambia, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. He popularized a phrase that might resonate with all of us who have come together today. Tiende pamoja. It translates as, we roll together. Today, as our democracies face down the challenges from inside our borders and threats from outside, we roll together. As our democracies strive to live up to our highest ideals, sometimes succeeding, sometimes falling short, we roll together. As our democracies work to deliver for our people now and for years to come, we roll together. If we come together as equals, if we can work in partnership, and if we can learn from one another and support one another, I know that the future of our democracies will be bright. So let's all roll together. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia.
Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me recognize our ministers that are here. Ministers from Zambia, ministers from other countries. The Minister, Secretary for Education who has just spoken, and head of the delegation, U.S. delegation, thank you for your kind words. I see you are now closer to being a Zambian. So, as a fellow Democrat, we fully accept you as part of us. I'm aware that we may have our Chief Justice here. We may have the Speaker of the National Assembly, our Speaker of the National Assembly, and indeed their counterparts from other countries. You're welcome. Other heads of delegations that are present here, you're welcome. And I'm aware we also have members of the diplomatic corps, plus leaders of international organizations. Some are resident here, some have traveled for the Summit for Democracy. And let me simply say, distinguished representatives of electoral bodies, those that we want and wish to be independent as they discharge their duties in the different jurisdictions in our global democratic community. Let me also accept and acknowledge the presence of political parties. Political parties are here, and some who may be tuned in. Your role is critical to deepening democracy in our countries. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, of course the media that makes it possible for others not present here to follow what's going on today. You're recognized and we appreciate your role. I start by extending our warm welcome to all of you to this second summit for Democracy, and to us as Zambia, we want to express how delighted we are to co-host this Summit for Democracy. Extremely delighted, and it's an honor on behalf of the citizens of Zambia that we've been asked to do this. So on behalf of all our African countries participating in this summit, let me commend President Biden, the American government, the American people, for furthering, advancing, if you like, the cause of democracy, and deciding, together with others, that we could co-host this Summit for Democracy. And I think really, this is the way it should be. Distinguished delegates, the Summit for Democracy is inspired by our collective desire for good governance. Very, very essential. We come together to discuss pertinent issues relating to our commitment to foster democracy in our respective nations on this continent and beyond this continent. This summit provides an opportunity for us to do a number of things, including to showcase progress that were made during the first summit or following the commitments of the first summit in December 2021. What have we done? What progress have we achieved? This summit allows us to do that examination, to share stories, best practices, always important. To benchmark is part of what we need to do as we deepen our democracies. A platform is provided through this second Democracy Summit for us to announce new commitments, initiatives that are critical on our road to furthering democracy in our countries. To highlight the key themes for delivering democracy. Democracy is not static. It's not a switch on and off like we may do to our cars, for example. It's a living thing. It evolves. It takes account of operating conditions in many of our countries and how we can overcome those exogenous variables beyond our control to continue walking the path of democracy. Extremely important. Also to mobilize collective action to respond to the challenges of our time. Many would say under the COVID intense time, it was difficult to do things. It was difficult to mobilize elections. In a constitutional democracy, we and many other countries had to find a way of mobilizing elections even within the COVID-19 environment. So we had to rise to that challenge because we believed democracy is critical to maintaining stability in our societies. So within the context of COVID-19, we had to run elections. And Zambia is one of those countries that ran elections during the COVID environment. And that produced this leadership. Fantastic. Commitment to democracy. Others will have said, no, let's postpone the elections until COVID-19 is over. That would mean abrogating our constitutional provisions. And that would be working against the ethos of democracy. So we want to congratulate the countries that held their elections, regular elections, even during that environment. Distinguished delegates, the Summit for Democracy is significant to Africa. It contributes to our firm resolve to strengthen our democratic governance on this continent, especially at a time when we have a number of countries experiencing military coups, something which I may call personally and on behalf of the people of Zambia, and I believe on behalf of the democratic world, is a no-go area. That is a no-go area. We must be resolved that to maintain stability in our countries, to maintain space for all our citizens without exception, one tool that we have to do that for citizens to know that they can aspire to save their own populations is through the democratic process. We have to believe in that. If we don't believe in it, we will sway away at the slightest opportunity to do so. Democracy must deliver tangible dividends, we've heard already. Economic success for social support, for us to look after the weak, the sick, the old, the differently abled in our societies. We have to use the platform of democracy to deliver economic success. Then we can take care of those that need our support in our societies. We are eager to promote and strengthen good governance by strengthening institutions. And yesterday, in the session we had, there was a question posed. Does democracy thrive when you have strong institutions or when you have strong leaders? I believe, and I urge others to examine this belief that some of us have, that you need both. You need strong leadership that will stand with the ethos of democracy against all odds. But you need strong institutions too, to be able to basically check the excesses, human excesses, possible human excesses. And institutions that will survive even during transitions from one government to another. And we as a country are a good example. I'm the 7th president of this country. And of the 7 presidents that came through to run this country, to serve the people, 4 of us have come from different political parties. But the transitions took place peacefully. That's important. It is for this reason that the theme for the summit for our continent is free, fair, transparent elections. To deliver that, we need strong institutions called electoral commissions, electoral bodies in our countries. Distinguished delegates, the theme captures the need for commitment to principles of democracy and governance. I have stated that. The principles that respect the rights of citizens to vote. The right of citizens to vote, I repeat. We in this country have made it possible for those in detention centers, correctional services, serving prison sentences to vote even when they are in prison. We believe that their right to vote is not taken away by virtue of being in prison. But you need strong electoral bodies to process, first the policy, then to process the platforms to allow such people to vote. Let's not underrate that. This is important. Our commitment to legislative reforms must be a must. To seek further strengthening of our governance institutions. It's extremely important in our democracies to provide opportunities where, after an election has taken place, you will have the majority of citizens saying, yes, we have decided. And this is important. The environment must be right pre-election, during elections, and after elections. And I believe this is what we need to learn from each other as we participate in this summit. Let's not just exchange technical, intellectual aspects, but also practical experiences. How did country A do it? What could country C learn from country A and vice versa? I think that is very important. Distinguished delegates, During the first Summit for Democracy, just to recap, I said that took place in December. We, the participating heads of state, made progressive commitments to make democracy more responsive and resilient. As a continent, our commitments are reaffirmed as we made them at the time. Reaffirming our commitments to renew and to address the threats to democracy. Renew our commitment and to address the threats that democracy faces. I already said that we have too many of our countries on this continent that are changing governments through illegal means. It's a duty of each one of us to support limitations in our countries of those occurrences. Among the commitments we also made and pledged, just to rejig our memories, we pledged to combat disinformation. And thank you to the Secretary for Education from the US. You did touch on that subject. We pledged to strengthen electoral integrity. I touched on it already. We pledged to promote human rights, especially for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We pledged to address inequality on the continent. Inequality may come from different angles. It could be ethnic, driving inequalities. It could be economic, social issues, driving inequality. Those need to be addressed fairly and squarely. We pledge to use technology to foster democracy and human rights. We pledge to strengthen and enforce financial disclosures, accountability, transparency, in a manner that we who are given an opportunity to serve the public manage public finances and affairs, and reporting to the citizens. And I want to remind the delegates here that this government has undertaken this as one of its critical obligations since our December Summit 2021. Amongst the things we've done to walk that talk, we've taken to Parliament a law which has been basically enacted now, that none of us in government, any department, will borrow money, access finances without parliamentary approval. Parliament has to approve. That's part of financial accountability. Very important. So, we committed to combat corruption. Is something we've continued to walk the talk following the December 2021 commitments we made as leaders. I'm sure other countries are doing the same. And there's no question that when we do it properly, it will benefit all our citizens. It will help make resources available for those that need them the most, such as the children that may be orphaned will have resources available to them to go to school. That's important. Distinguished delegates, we note with satisfaction that a number of countries have made strides in their own jurisdictions in actualizing these commitments. We must work hard, however, to improve areas where we are lacking. There will always be areas where we are lacking. We must work very hard as countries, but also as a league of nations who believe in democracy, supporting each other in one or another area. I believe this is the value of this democratic community. And this summit, second summit for democracy, is a clear example that we're here to create a basis for supporting each other even more. On our part as Zambia, we will continue walking that road, this road, I joked to the Secretary for Education in the room upstairs. I said, we as a country listen to debates around systems which are better to govern our citizens. We haven't found one better than democracy. We as a country have not found one. We were there before under a one-party state after independence. And in 1991, we changed because that system could not deliver for our people. Now we have a constitutional democracy since 1991, multi-party. And if we use it properly, when we use it properly, it will deliver for the majority of our people. We believe so. During this summit, we are pleased to learn, we're very happy as a country, to learn that other democracies are moving on. And I think we should strengthen this platform, such platforms. Beyond a summit like this, I urge all of us to take the stage below, to take the discussions below to institutions of governance. Government, yes. Executive, yes. Legislature, yes. Judiciary, yes. Electoral commissions, yes. But what about what we do in our ministries, in our departments? I think we should keep that alive. As I said earlier, democracy is not a switch on and off. It's the way we should live. Even when we recruit people in our ministries, how are we doing it? Are we doing it transparently? Are we inclusive? Are we taking care of the most vulnerable? That's a question I pose. I think it's important that we continue looking at the laws, policies and laws, such as the laws that regulate freedom of assembly and association. We as a country are working on amending the Public Order Act, a colonial piece of legislation called Public Order Act, which restricted us when we were in opposition from freely assembling, from moving freely, from accessing airports, runways. We can't be in government now and ignore what led to those restrictions. We must open up by amending such legislation as the Public Order Act. I dare say, as a way of sharing with other countries, we have removed a piece of legislation since December 2021. We're not motivated just by that Summit for Democracy, but this was in train. But since that summit, we have basically repealed the law that criminalizes defamation of the president. It is the duty of our democratic colleagues in opposition to exercise their rights responsibly, not to do negative things because now the law is not there. So the obligation shifts from the executive to individuals to act responsibly, to conduct ourselves in a civilized way. But we have done our part. I'm sure my colleagues will do their part. I must also say, as a democratic community across the world, Zambia has taken a further advance since our December 2021 Summit for Democracy. We have taken out the death penalty from our laws. It's out. And we encourage other countries to do the same. We understand that you have your circumstances, but I'm sure along the way, you may find it necessary to do what we did. Distinguished delegates, as a continent, we are all in agreement that free, fair, and transparent elections are the cornerstone of democratic governance, and we should live by that. We encourage each other to live by that. We encourage each other to stay the course of conducting elections within the constitutional provisions of our countries. I'm not saying this against anybody. I'm encouraging us as Democrats to do what we decided to do through our constitutions. We will find that then our people will continue supporting the tenets of democracy. I talked about the institutions already. This has been touched on by other speakers. No need to waste time. I talked about electoral commissions. No need to repeat that. The media have a very critical role in a democratic dispensation. Again, since December 2021, our first summit on democracy, we have lifted the suspension or indeed the deregistration of media houses that were negatively affected before our elections in August 2021, and committed ourselves that no media house will be shut down under our government. No media house will be shut down under our government because we need this fourth estate. Again, we have said they must self-regulate, but they must do it responsibly, equally. Where your rights end, someone else's rights start. So are the freedoms. So we want to simply say, we, as a government, as governments, need to guarantee, as I said, predictability in our electoral processes, including the seasons. Provide a grievance and complaints redress mechanism, very important, and ensure that the freedom of assembly, which is critical, is provided. I'm talking about commitments going forward beyond today's summit. Distinguished delegates, for democracy to thrive, our citizens must freely participate in the electoral processes. No harassment, no violence. Many of you know our story here. Even with a very difficult environment, which would have tempted other political parties to counter violence with violence, we chose to stay the peaceful route and still went to elections and changed government. It is possible. Let's not be enticed into the wrong things that will destroy our democracies. It's a message. Citizens want to feel that they made decisions as to who leads them, which group of people leads them. Local governments, central government. Distinguished delegates, civil society is critical to our democratic development. A vibrant and active civil society contributes to, among other things, free and fair, transparent elections. They have their role. And I hope in the side meetings, these discussions are going on. I hope so. We have a duty to ensure that democratic space for civil society is supported. Distinguished delegates, we urge all our countries on the continent to look inside ourselves. Necessary policies, are they there? Laws, are they there? Regulations, procedures, are they there? To support this democratic tree. This is what our people deserve in all our countries. Difficult as it may be, tempting as it may be when we're in public office to do negative things, we must always be reminded that this is what our people want to see from us, the leaders. You heard my message. Absolutely. This is what our world deserves beyond the continent of Africa. Free, fair, transparent elections. Foundation of democratic governance. No question about it. We must remember that elections are a mechanism for arbitration as well, or political rivalries. We saw it ourselves in 2021. It's an opportunity to arbitrate over conflicts. Democratic rotation of leadership is healthy, absolutely healthy. We do follow elections, particularly I follow elections. American elections, elections in European countries, elections on this continent. Keep on picking lessons. We are perpetual students. We're not masters of any subject, masters of any institutional arrangement such as democracy. We learn every day. And I encourage all of us to do the same. Credible elections must be the one that meets the criteria of inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. No question about it. This is a quote that I get from former Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan. I quote this. Distinguished delegates, allow us to conclude by extending our sincere gratitude to all those who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to organize this second summit for democracy. Sometimes we don't mention much about you, but we couldn't stand here and give these speeches without your hard work. Burning the midnight candles. As true Democrats, arguing on how to do things better in a summit like this. And yet, at the end of the day, you reach consensus. Democracy, isn't it? As to how to run this summit. We want to thank respective countries that have participated on this continent. We want to thank our core leaders of the summit, Second Summit on Democracy. South Korea, Netherlands, Costa Rica, of course together with ourselves, but more importantly once more, President Biden, the American government, the American people, for this initiative and for us to have the opportunity to continue dialoguing for improvement on our democratic arrangements beyond Zambia, in the continent, on the continent of Africa, and the global community of Democrats. The debates will continue, which systems are better. But you heard my view, our view, is that we haven't found a system better because we came from one which did not serve us well, post-independence. I don't think Zambians want to go back there. The question is that we continue to improve on our democracies in our countries, learning from each other. On behalf of the wonderful people of Zambia, we truly thank all of you, the delegates, those who have traveled here. Please take a little bit more days after the summit to enjoy the Zambian hospitality, to do a little bit of sightseeing here and there. And when you see something better, WhatsApp somebody so they can also visit Zambia. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Ziko mokwambiri for your kind attention. Thank you.
Please remain in your seats as the heads of delegation participate in a family photo on stage. We will now take a 20-minute comfort break. Please make your way back into the auditorium by 10 hours when proceedings will resume. Please silence your cell phones at this time. The program will begin shortly. Fill up the seats that are towards the front of the auditorium. Thank you. Please be seated at this time as we will be commencing with the second part of our program shortly. Delegates are advised to please move to the seats that are towards the front of the auditorium. Please welcome Ruben Lefuka, Vice President of Transparency International, Republic of Zambia, our moderator for this morning's panel on ensuring election integrity on the African continent.
Will be okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel discussion. While democracy requires more than credible elections, fair, inclusive, and open electoral processes are vital for people to express their will. The integrity of a country's elections, whether or not they conform to international standards or global norms, shapes public perception of government's legitimacy. The panel discussion will highlight the many stakeholders that contribute to electoral integrity. We'll also explore how elections on the African continent have changed in recent years, and we will identify emerging trends that could affect upcoming polls. I have a very distinguished panel that will join me, and it's now my great honor to invite to the stage the four panelists. And I'm sure we can give them a round of applause as they walk up. So welcome to the panelists. It's really sitting on the edge, and that's why we have you on these stools. It's my honor to first and foremost introduce to you Advocate Ahmed Isaac Hassan, to my immediate left, who's the former chairperson, in fact, the first chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission of Kenya. He is also an author of a book called Referee of a Dirty Ugly Game. So Advocate Hassan, you're very welcome. That's a book. So I also have the pleasure of introducing Hidayat Hassan, who's the director of the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, in Nigeria. Hidayat, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I have the pleasure to introduce retired Justice Boyzimba, who previously served as a permanent judge of the Supreme Court of Appeals of South Africa, but equally chaired the Electoral Court. Justice, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I had to make that correction. Your records may show that he was a judge of the Constitutional Court, but Justice Mba said something very important. He said you cannot trust a man in borrowed robes, so we have to make sure he's got the right robes. Lastly, but not the least, is Dr. Koji Asante, the Director of Advocacy and Policy Engagement at the Center for Democratic Development, CDD, in Ghana. Koji, you're welcome. So we're going to have conversations with these panelists, and we'll start with Advocate Hassan. We'll start by looking at transparency and independence of election management. So the ability of electoral commissions to operate independently of political pressures and external interference enables them to discharge their mandates and deliver on credible elections. While the preponderant model in sub-Saharan Africa is this independent mode of election management bodies, this is what is legally accepted. This, however, does not guarantee functional independence. And it is generally understood that an EMB should be free from external direction and control in the execution of its functions, but also accountable to the electorate to deliver this credible electoral process. But we all know that EMBs face obstacles in meeting these principles. And Advocate Hassan, having been in the seat of chairperson of an EMB, we are privileged to speak to you on the importance of transparency, independence, and accountability of EMBs, but also the current state of EMBs on the African continent. But before I ask you a specific question, I just wanted to say it's good to see you relaxed. I was told that being chair or chief of an EMB is akin to signing a contract to do bungee jumping every week, but maybe you'll confirm that. But the first question to you is, how would you assess the progress of EMBs on the African continent in being transparent, independent, and accountable to the electorate?
Thank you very much for the introduction. I will say the EMBs in Africa, majority of them are the independent model. So we have gone out of the governmental model or mixed, but now we are fully independent. The Constitution and the legal and the laws actually enhance that independence. So I think by and large, you can say that EMBs in Africa have been successful in the technical conduct of elections, but they've also failed where they have deployed technology, especially technology which has been deployed very late in the day without proper testing. There's an African proverb that says, never test the depth of a river with both feet. But we seem to be doing technology all at once without even doing a testing, looking at the viability. And so I think, but they're also dealing with a difficult stakeholder, the politicians, because these are people who come to the contest with a mindset that says, I will accept the result of the election if I win. Or that if I lose the election, it's because I was rigged. So the EMB really has got a little choice with that kind of a mindset. And as we are talking now, there is a demonstration going on in Kenya. We have people who are demonstrating against the results of the election of last year. And this is after the players have gone to the Supreme Court and exhausted all the EDR mechanisms. But now they are back in the streets and demanding for reforms. So we don't seem to be getting anywhere in terms of the independence of the Electoral Commission. Mm-hmm. That question is.
And what factors would you contribute to the independence, or what factors could contribute to this independence of the EMBs? Is it just having a good constitution? Is it funding? Is it been ring-fenced from political interference? What are those factors?
EMBs that I think I'm talking about are actually independent legally. The independence is guaranteed in the Constitution, and they're not supposed to take any instruction from anybody. But we are doing this in a context of a society where you feel the commissioners are attacked without any justification. They are trolled on social media. They have threats against their life, members of their family. And in Kenya, in the case of Kenya, for example, in 2017, the last election, before the other one, the manager of ICT was killed 7 days to the election. And he was tortured and killed. And up to now, no one has been charged. And it is the same election where the chairman, not me, but the chairman of the commission then, said, I cannot guarantee a free and fair election. And so this is, I think, a problem which, when you talk about integrity of the electoral process, I don't think it's only the integrity of the commission or the EMB. It's all the players, the political parties, the civil society, and the media, I think, have to also have integrity. Thank you.
It's good you've talked about integrity of all the players and you bring into the picture civil society. I'd be interested from your experience how EMBs have engaged with political parties and civil society to ensure that they fully participate in all the electoral processes. From your experience, how has that been done?
Thank you. For EMBs across the continent, I think we have the political parties liaison committee, what's called PPLC. I think in South Africa it's called IPAC, Inter-Parties Advisory Committee. So there's always a forum which brings together the commission, political parties, and the registrar of political parties, if he's separate. So this forum kind of is a place where we fight it out before we go out to the voting public. And I think that has been a very important tool in Kenya, at least to hold the commission accountable and get to understand what's going on around the election process. Also, the commission has got a very structured strategic engagement policy with the civil society, because we have got different sets of civil society, those who are working in the governance section and who are very keen to, are close to the elections, those who are in the faith-based FBOs, we call them faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, and then the non-state actors that are in the security. So we have different engagement policy with all of them during the election. So I think as a commission, we are not short of engaging with the political parties and the CSOs.
One final thought, is that a common trend that EMBs freely engage with political parties and CSOs?
To my knowledge, I think the SADC region, they have this political parties liaison committee or some other form of that, but the same. Call it by whatever other name you call it, but it is that kind of a body. I think in South Africa, I mean in West Africa, it's Nigeria, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. To my knowledge, I know that they also have that kind of forum, and it's very useful actually.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you, Advocate, later on. But maybe let me turn to Justice Mba on the role of independent judiciary. As elections on the continent have grown more competitive and challenges to electoral integrity more complex, the ability of an independent judiciary to resolve electoral disputes impartially and in accordance with the rule of law has received greater attention. And an effective election dispute resolution system can provide this redress for the flaws in the electoral process. Now, the Constitutional Court of South Africa, being the highest court, has dealt with a number of matters, including those related to elections. But you also had the privilege, sir, to be chair of the Electoral Court of South Africa. So just a few questions to help us understand, first and foremost, how South Africa has experienced adjudicating election disputes and what informs the thinking about the role of the judiciary in elections on the continent. We could start with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruben. Good morning, everybody. Perhaps let me kick off by taking a minute just to explain the court setup, court system in South Africa very briefly. I think on the African continent, it's only ourselves, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, which have specialist electoral courts. It does not mean that we don't have courts sitting to adjudicate electoral disputes in the rest of the continent, but we have a specialized electoral court which has the same status as a high court. Decisions of that court go up to the Supreme Court of Appeal and ultimately to the Constitutional Court. By law, the chair of the Electoral Court is a judge of the Supreme Court of Appeal. That's how I came to head that court. I was a judge of the Supreme Court of Appeal, and therefore I was elected to head that court. Now, judges who sit in the Electoral Court, these are judges who sit in the various high courts, except, of course, the chairperson, who's a permanent member of the Supreme Court of Appeal. So, what applies to courts generally applies equally to the Electoral Court. Now, what informs a judge, or what underpins the approach of a judge in adjudicating an electoral dispute? There are three cardinal points I wish to highlight. First is that the rule of law principle underpins the approach. And secondly, and importantly, the right to vote, and the right to free, fair, transparent, and regular elections are a constitutional imperative. It's a human right. It's in the Bill of Rights, Section 2 of our Constitution, that a person, a citizen, has a right to vote and also the right to free and fair elections. And lastly, which is the focus of my talk, is judicial independence. Judicial independence. Now, judicial independence, it's at two levels. At the first level, you have the individual judge, and at the second level, you have institutional independence. What do I mean by that? A judge who gets appointed takes an oath to uphold and apply the law impartially, fairly, without fear, and objectively. What underpins his approach is a strict and absolute adherence to the law, the facts, and the evidence. Not only that, we've got a judicial code of conduct which applies to all judges, which has been enacted into legislation in the form of the Judicial Services Act, which makes it an imperative for any and every judge to uphold independence. A judge must act fearlessly. A judge must be prepared to make unpopular decisions. I presided over a matter recently flowing from the 2021 local elections, where a particular party had won in this particular ward by a huge majority. A council had been set up, and an independent challenged the results. And having listened to argument, the Electoral Court set aside the result. Very unpopular decision. But we were informed by the law, the fact, and the evidence. That's now at an individual level. Right. Now, at an institutional level, you must all know of the well-known principle flowing from the rule of law, the principle of legality, of separation of powers. The judiciary has got to operate without any form of interference from the legislature and the executive. That's institutional independence. In South Africa, what has happened is we have taken this a step further. The Constitution states in no uncertain terms that the head of the judiciary is the Chief Justice. It goes on to state that the Chief Justice, the office of the Chief Justice, sets the norms and standards. So we've got the office of the Chief Justice, which is a national department, completely independent from the executive. My salary slip, I should have brought it. It doesn't say Department of Justice, no. It's from the Office of the Chief Justice. So that's institutional independence. All right? So those are the principles which undermine our independence. But now, what do you do to sustain independence? Firstly, the judiciary judges. We don't have an army, we don't have the police, and our source of power, our source of legitimacy is the trust that we enjoy from the people. So we derive our authority and power from the trust. But how do you earn the trust? You earn the trust by applying the law, adjudicating disputes efficiently in the quickest possible manner, and taking along the population. And secondly, you got to have the trust and support of the two other arms of government. They must also support the judiciary, the work of the judiciary. Our constitution is clear, and the same with the constitution of Zimbabwe, I think also with Kenya, I'm not sure of Nigeria. I think Nigeria as well. It's imperative on the other arms of government to consistently support the judiciary. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Mba. That was very authoritative. I've never been to law school. It was almost like going back to law school. I didn't know at what point to intervene, because it was almost like you're back in court, and I probably needed a lawyer to speak for me. But we'll come back, because I'd like you to talk about the challenges that some of the courts in Africa face in settling election disputes. But we'll come back to that when we have the fireside chat. So just hang on to that thought, because I'd like to move to civil society and citizens' election observation. And Kojo, I'll turn to you for that engagement. Civil society and citizen domestic observer groups contribute to electoral integrity, and they do this by building public confidence in the electoral processes, promoting and protecting the civil and political rights of participants in elections. They detect any forms of manipulation or fraud, and they identify the need for electoral reforms. But as electoral integrity has evolved, the strategies and the tools used by civic organizations and citizen observer groups to assess the credibility and the inclusiveness of the electoral process or processes have become more advanced, including the use of the sophisticated observation methodologies like the power of voter tabulation. PVT, the famous three letters. When politicians are winning, it's because they've got the right PVT. When they are losing, their PVT still shows that they are winning. So let's speak about the role of civil society. What are the new electoral integrity concerns that civil society are keeping an eye on? And how are citizen observer groups innovating to respond to these evolving concerns?
Well, thank you very much, Ruben, and good morning to everybody. I think a lot of us here from civil society were in Nigeria recently.
Yeah.
My sister in the art is smiling. But I mean, I mentioned Nigeria because in terms of new concerns, I think one of the things that we have to work on is trying to understand voter suppression, how to evidence it, how to sanction it. It's some of the things that we saw in Nigeria we're still processing, and hopefully in 6 months' time we'll get a better understanding. But that's one area that I think we're looking at. We're also interested in the insulation of the EMBs from interference, either from incumbent capture or any other kind of capture. Mr. Hassan was talking about the progress that's been made in terms of like technical conduct of the election, but the reality is that the foundational EMBs that we have in all their different iterations, the problem of insulation is still a challenge, whether you call them independent, hybrid, partisan, or whatever it is. So we need to kind of return to that process and look at the mechanics again. The other issue is, of course, party financing and campaign financing. It's the incentive that it generates for either trying to interfere with elections, engaging in vote buying, engaging in electoral violence. All of those issues makes it difficult for you to achieve credible elections. And it's an area that I think we need to be aggressive, and I use the word aggressive with underline, to try to sanitize the role of money in elections. I also want to flag abuse of incumbency, because it's like the other side of the equation. The more incumbents are able to use state resources to create unfair competition for opposition and other parties, then you're going to get even more monetization of the politics. In terms of what civil society is doing, you mentioned the PVT, but we saw some methodologies in Nigeria which I like very much. Particularly, there was a tool or an index that was developed by IAGA, which was Election Risk Manipulation Index, and then CDD West Africa's own Election Analysis Center. What they do is that they are using both trend data and historical data to try to interpret both the process and the outcome. Because the limitation of the PVT is that you will get it on election day in terms of how the conduct of election has gone through the day and the result. But you need more to be able to nuance the election, and see where the gaps are for reform. So I think those kinds of tools are very, very important. And there's more that people are deploying around even estimating the cost of politics or tracking abuse of incumbency.
But what kinds of physical and data access do civil society observers need to effectively monitor elections, from your experience?
A lot, and I'll maybe give you an example. So if you take the voter registration process, for instance, if you want to do a very good job in observation, you always have to start with the census data. You want to be able to estimate how many people are eligible, to vote or get onto the register, and the census should help you do that. But beyond that, then is everything from even the registration process, deployment data, how the Electoral Commission is going to deploy to do the registration, because you need that to be able to also deploy observers. You have to follow the voter registration process and get your provisional voter register. You want to be able to get access to that. You want to get access to even the adjudication mechanisms within the voter registration process. I don't know whether most countries have it, but even in doing due duplication of the voter register, which often in some EMBs is done as a discretion by the EMB, they don't have a committee, but other places we have a committee. You need civil society to get access to that data. So there's a lot of data that is needed for us to do very good observation. Polling data. If you want to do a PVT, you need the list of polling stations where they are located. So there's a whole range of data if you are doing supervision of campaign financing, if you're doing nomination, and so on. So it's a whole range because we don't have time. But it's just to say that access to data is critical for a good election observation.
Are there any other challenges that civil society observer groups and citizen observer groups are facing, which we can learn from?
I think the biggest one currently is, in some cases, just closed spaces for just exercising your civic and political rights as a civil society. There are countries in Africa where doing election observation is a death sentence. You receive death threats. People's offices have been raided. They've been beaten, they've been imprisoned, and so on and so forth. So this is still happening. So you can't even talk about mounting an observation process. And then there are places where the spaces are closing, in the sense that even the free expression of or critiquing the electoral process is seen as an act of an enemy of the state. You want to bring the government down or things like that. So that's an area that really is a big worry for election. Then there's this, I don't know whether it's a new phenomenon, but it's the process of accreditation is getting more cumbersome. And it's an area that we need to standardize. What is the minimum requirements for accreditation that is expected across EMBs, because every society, and at least in the Ghana Constitution, I know in many constitutions, the right to associational life is fundamental. You don't need to incorporate as a non-governmental organization for you to be able to participate in elections or want to observe elections in your area. So when EMB start requiring you to pay for this, or you have to bring your incorporated documents, audited accounts, all kinds of things, then that would limit the ability of organizations to do election observation.
Thanks, Kojo. I know Advocate Hassan would like to chime in, but let me do that after Idayat has made a contribution. Kojo did refer to the issue of technology, so let's talk about civic take and democratic elections. Idayat, civic take is a movement in which civil society uses digital tools to facilitate citizen engagement and participation in the electoral process. And we have a new generation of Africans who are using civic take to promote transparency necessary for free and fair election. But the values of innovation and integrity, as well as inclusiveness, drive this civic take movement and have been considered to be the touchstones of the movement. While it is in its early stages, civic take does have the potential to transform how we currently approach virtually every aspect of electoral process, from monitoring and observation to conflict prevention and mitigation. So you are in a privileged position, not because you just had the Nigerian elections, but because of the work that you do. What are some of the tools being used by the civic take movement? And give us some of the practical experiences or examples from the work that you do. And probably you could also look at the limitations of civic take.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. And I think it's a good place to talk after Kojo's finished, because it's from a position of positivity, really, when we talk about civic tech and the increasing role it's actually playing in elections on the continent. And maybe very soon we don't need the election management bodies to actually issue accreditation to people to participate in the monitoring process itself. It's come to stay. And it's reinvented the way citizens actually engage in the whole governance process, and particularly in the electioneering process. It's used for mobilization. Citizens use it to get organized, communicate, and actually get their voices heard. In fact, as civil society ourselves, we use Civitech basically for everything that we do. As common as the WhatsApp could be, it could actually be used to organize a whole election observation of more than 100,000 people like that, or 5,000 observers. Everybody gets on different WhatsApp group, and they are observing. But it's also interesting, like you have actually said, that it's used in every facet of the whole electoral process. We talk in terms of to observe party primaries, not just elections, to observe the elections proper itself, has early warning strategy to get out the vote. So while you are thinking of the bad guys trying to suppress people's vote, just social media or smartphone give people that same voices back again itself. And it's been really interesting, and I'll give 3 important examples that shows development and also resilience. So for instance, if I take the last Nigerian elections everybody has been talking about, there was so much euphoria about the use of this INEC result viewing platform, where results immediately results will be scanned immediately from the polling unit and uploaded on this portal. So this will give citizens the opportunity to view the results in real time. When that did not happen, what did citizens do? The first thing they did was they went on the IREF portal, they started tabulating the results on their own so they can actually know who won using INEC's own data. But for the elections that happened just like a week plus, the next thing they did was many groups, many citizens, not just groups, came up and established a platform, their own photo quick count this time around, where they were crowdsourcing information, that same form, EC8A, onto their platform and tabulating. But they are not just tabulating, they are also using it as a form of check on what INEC was uploading on our own IREF as well. Another second and very important example, particularly when it comes to the prevention of conflict, is that in most elections, we often get like voice, audio messages, audio files. In the previous past, I think even in 2019, 2020, we couldn't actually fact check the authenticity of these audio files. We were told we will need sound engineers to do that. Now, in a jiffy, we can do that. Like we can do that, and that is actually used as a way of even preventing violence during elections when we talk in terms of this. And fact-checking has also become extremely important. And it's not just about fact-checking, it's the use of artificial intelligence and chat boxes, where you can actually give people information about how to vote, what are the processes, and even to fact-check information, because some of these chat boxes have already been trained. So it's programmed and you ask, who is this candidate? Did this candidate step down? Based on trends that have been previously monitored itself. And it's quite interesting for us because on this continent, we have actually been able to come up with different innovations itself. I think Ushahidi is actually an outlier because while it started just as a response to the Kenyan post-election riot, the same is now being replicated in more than 100 countries with several iterations. But it's not just Ushahidi. You see young people in Nigeria, the Uzabe, the transparency vote in Benin, Elu in Senegal. So there are different of this kind of homegrown solution. But I think my final point will be to say that it's not about the social media. It's not about this big technological invention that you can think about. This, what we call CVTech itself, is extremely relative and context-specific. It could be this mighty WhatsApp that citizens can actually use to organize and ensure there is free, fair elections. It could be hashtag to hold the election management body and other actors to account. And it could be the effective use of just Google Forms by analysts to create and give a nuanced understanding of the elections when it comes to our own contest itself.
But limitations? What are the limitations?
I think there are lots of limitations, and some of these limitations is that as fantastic as this CVTech has been, or it is, one thing it does is, because of the digital divide, it ends up in actually reconstructing some of these historical social cleavages that we often complain about. Think in terms of economy itself, the cost of data, the availability of funds will ensure that some certain parts of society are actually excluded. But beyond that, gender is also a very important factor when you think in terms of limitation in that dimension. So some of these are kind of very widespread, and it continues to actually grow the gap between the haves and the have-nots based on different categories. Another important limitation will be the social media. Now, I will say that the social media is not a tool for polarization, but it has become a tool that is actually being weaponized by actors who want to undermine electoral integrity. And they use that at every point in time to ensure that they divide voters. And I think the final point, because he spoke about voter suppression, which is quite important again, is because of the use of data, the lax accountability framework working on this continent when it comes to innovation. It means that bad actors are actually using technology to do a lot of things, either interference in the voters' file, either rigging people's mind before the day of elections, using it actually to suppress voters, and the Nigerian election is an example of it. It was not just the physical suppression that we saw on ground. Prior to that, weaponizing voter file, people were micro-targeted and messages were sent to them. On the morning of the governorship elections, in the first 6 hours, we had actually received more than 400 different videos from different parts of the country. Majority of the videos were largely from Lagos, showing incidences of voter suppression. This was enough to drive people away from the polls and not participate. But the biggest worry is that these videos will actually be used not just in Nigeria, but other parts of the continent in the future.
Thanks, Adiat. Let me now just go back to Advocate Hassan. You wanted to make quick comments before we go to the next round of questions.
Yeah, if you allow me, I want to just make a very quick point, 3 points actually. In Kenya, between 2008 and 2022, we had a total of 42 electoral commissioners who were appointed. 42, including the chairpersons. Only 2 of them finished their term. 2 commissioners out of the 42. And only 1 chairperson out of 3 chairpersons who were appointed between that period finished their term. The rest either resigned or they were paid off for the remainder of their term, like myself and my 8 commissioners. or some of them were ran out of the country for their own safety. They resigned, and Dr. Akombe, she went back to the United Nations. So there's a very high turnover of electoral commissioners, and I think that is an issue of concern, because that tells you something is wrong with the seat of the job of the electoral commissioner, and the chairperson has become very, very hot, very lonely, very dangerous. And the politicians have turned the electoral commission into a graveyard of careers and reputations, basically. Now, with Afrobarometer surveys, there's increasing reports of public losing trust in governments across the globe. So again, ipso facto, the same will happen to the Electoral Commission. So the Commission is fighting against this kind of tide, even as you try to do a technically sound election, and you're dealing with politicians who are going to say, I will only accept the results if I win. So again, that's another big problem. But for me, and I want to agree with Barack Obama, when he told Parliament in Ghana in 2012, Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. I think that is a very good place to stop in terms of the electoral integrity, because for us, we have built a very strong professional secretariat, which can stay and stand, because they employed permanent and pensionable, and they form the core civil service of the Electoral Commission. So commissioners may come and go, but we have a machinery, really, which we have worked very hard to invest in and establish that kind of system. So I'm still not worried about elections in Kenya not being done technically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me now turn to all the panelists, and we've kind of started talking about this. In the past few months, we've seen very closely contested elections in Kenya and in Nigeria. What do these and other recent elections tell us about electoral integrity trends on the continent? Justice Mba, you want to start?
Yes. Elections growingly are being contested on the continent, everywhere. Last year, we had occasion to meet as judges who preside in electoral adjudication matters in Malawi. I think there were about 20 African countries that were represented in that gathering. And problems, the type of problems emanating across are varied. In some countries, there's still a bit of mistrust of the adjudicative process, whilst in others, people have evolved to sort of accept the outcome of the adjudicative process. So the problem is varied, and we are, but we are all agreed that we've got to get our people, the population across Africa. We've got to take them along as we develop. People have got to accept the outcome of the adjudicative process.
What should we do? What do you propose, having been a chair of electoral court? What should we be doing to get people to accept the results of an adjudicative process?
Yeah, actually, my colleague has already touched on that. There is a growing need to increase literacy awareness. EMBs have got a greater role to play there to ensure that people are taken along in the adjudication process, that they know, and to accept the outcome.
Kojo?
So we need a lot of education, in other words, yes.
Kojo, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think the observation that elections are being contested more regularly now, it's a good thing, but it's also a dangerous thing. Because when they don't, or when actors don't find satisfaction in the courts, then you begin to wonder what other dispute, resolution mechanisms are there, both in Kenya and in Ghana's election, for instance, in 2020, where the cases went to court. You would see that the actors approached the adjudication process by trying to argue kind of straight liability, sort of violations, that the elections were not organized in accordance with the law, and therefore it should be declared invalid. And so there seems to be a certain desire to see a lot more compliance with the electoral process in the pre-election period, and not just on election day. And we need to factor that in, because I feel that, the jurisprudence on election education is just emerging. There's so many, if you read the judgments, there's so many variations in the way the courts have approached it in East Africa and Southern Africa compared to, say, West Africa, for instance, whether it is both process and outcome or it's process alone. So I think we have to really engage. This is not just a matter for the judiciary. It is a matter for all stakeholders to begin to think about what does free and fair, and as Judge said, how do we assess what free and fair elections are? And how are we going to evidence it? And I think even observers have a role in that, because our tools for observing the elections in many cases have to even change, because there are issues that are coming up that we have not developed tools for assessing during observation. So there's a lot of conversation to be had around the jurisprudence around the election adjudication.
Aida, do you want to add to that?
Yes, I think that really for me, we have to start rethinking what we mean by electoral integrity. For most time, we often think that it's the absence or presence of technical flaws when judging elections. We have to go beyond that if we have to look at the trends we have seen on the continent in the last couple of years. We have to start looking at the political processes itself. And this will mean not just looking at the outcome, but we are asking people to trust in the processes that leads to the outcome. Trust in the processes, trust in the outcomes itself. And when you look at the political processes itself, it's first defining the whole elections. We keep saying at every opportunity that election is not a one-day event, it's actually a process. But do we really take it as that process? From the selection process, where people get the ticket to vie, the prevailing environment in the country where they are actually vying. Look at Kenya, look at Nigeria. Some things were similar in these elections. It wasn't just the hotly contested nature of the elections. Identity played a very critical role in that elections. Think in terms of beyond identity, information was quite important. The information ecosystem, this information disorder that we confront on regular basis, and now insecurity is one factor that is fast playing a very huge role in forthcoming elections itself. You are going to conduct elections either facing political violence or an insecure environment. But often than not, when we start benchmarking, we forget all these important variables, all these highs. Then we want to move to the T's that talks about the turnout or the trust in this whole process. It can't be. We want people to trust in process for them and trust in outcome as two critical, distinct, but interrelated points when we talk about electoral integrity.
But just taking you on that, and maybe Kojo will chip in that, from civil society and citizen observer groups, are we taking into account what you've just said about electoral integrity? Are we benchmarking against all the factors of a political process? Or our reports are essentially around the technical flaws which happen on the actual election day?
I think I'll go first. You tell me to go first because he was talking about what we do at the CDD. I think what we do, maybe because we are analysts, so we don't just look at what actually happens on election day. We look at all the critical factors that actually leads to it, and we look at the historical data itself to find the patterns, if actually they are converging, and also to prepare for the future in its own self. So when we look at results, we will not just be looking at, okay, what happened during the presidential elections? What about what happened in the subnational elections itself that happened on the same day in the last Nigerian elections? And how do we frame this against the background, like our presidential elections, for instance? We framed it around the 6 I's, saying that insecurity, information, identity, inducement, and some 2 other highs will actually define the elections. And by the time we got the results, these were what actually defined the elections. When you look at identity, you saw that the electoral map showed that people voted based on religion and actually ethnicity. That insecurity was not going to be the big problem. Political violence was, and we already started seeing it from our map ahead. And it is based on that we will judge not just the technical flaws that actually define the elections, but it doesn't make you to be very popular when you do those kind of work. Really.
But Robin, I mean, one of the areas we ignore is internal party democracy. I mean, our parties are, and I'm not just holding, just if parties are offended, they should forgive me on this. But they are a pale shadow of themselves. I think parties have become transactional, and every process of the party, whether it's selecting executives, candidates for party, young people have completely, moved away from parties because they don't see any avenue for them to credibly participate. But we are saying that we are talking about democracy. Our parties are auditioning to be governments. If the party chairman in the primaries is the one that keeps the register in his house, how is he going to deal with voter registration when he's doing it at national level? So we have to sanitize internal party dynamics. Otherwise, we shouldn't have any expectation about a different behavior for our political actors when they take on the reins of government or at the national level. So that's an area that we really, again, with even party financing, vote buying is so rampant in the internal party, and we expect that vote buying will be different come public elections. No.
Okay, well, it's something that we've always said, even in the anti-corruption sector. Yeah. An inherently corrupt political party cannot be expected to run a clean government. Yeah. But Advocate Hassan, contested elections in Kenya, what can we learn? What's emerging from what we've seen in Kenya, Nigeria, and elsewhere?
Well, Kenya, we're very good in giving very good precedents on how to form coalition governments after we contest our elections. But again, on that point, I think the electoral system we have and the form of government, it is so exclusionary. Someone is elected president with 50.05%, and his next person is 49%. And this person who has lost loses everything. It's winner takes all, loser takes none. So there's very little incentive to concede a defeat unless we have other mechanisms of softening the blow for the loser. we give him some soft landing. If he was a governor or a senator, and maybe he could go back to parliament and sit like in the US, maybe it is something which you can think of. But as it is now in Kenya, it's very bad. So it's something we were discussing last year. It was called the Building Bridges Initiative, BBI, which is trying to expand the executive and make sure that there are more communities or more tribes are reflected in the makeup of the executive. But that's another story for another day. I think when you are appointed as a commissioner, as an electoral commissioner, you are always told about this quote, either from Joseph Stalin or Nikita Khrushchev. Ambassador Johnny Carson can help you with that. Where he says, people vote and the people vote and they think they have decided. Those who count the votes decide everything. So we are told then, therefore, the integrity of the people who manage the election, from the commissioners, the returning officers, the presiding officers, the staff, headquarters staff, regional staff, temporary staff, everybody. So the integrity is something which is therefore, and the integrity of the process that we use. So it is people and process. From identifying the electoral districts, the boundary delimitation, the voter registration, the voter education, the polling, all that. So it's a whole process. And the Supreme Court in 2017 said in Kenya, election is not an event, it's the process. And they're going to do a qualitative and a quantitative analysis of all the process. So you have a very high mark for the Supreme Court when it comes to managing elections. And so I think, for me, I think the only thing I can say is you cannot be trained on integrity. I mean, there's no capacity building for integrity. And John Maxwell says integrity is an inside job. You're either an honest person or not. Thank you.
Okay. So probably there may have been missing pieces at the beginning of creation. But let's just still continue with this discussion on contested elections. Petitions. The increasing use of election petitions and dispute management mechanisms raises the question, what role can citizens and observers and political agents play in ensuring that election petitions do not really escalate to create all these challenges that we're seeing in different countries? Maybe Justice Mbao would want to start, and then Kojo can also step in.
Yes, thank you. Very important question, Ruben. I've always maintained that electoral justice does not actually begin when the matter is heard in court. Electoral justice starts much earlier, when from the whole process, from the time a person registers to vote. You cannot exclude a person to register. From the time a person casts his or her vote in that box, there must be justice. He must be able to do that fairly and squarely, right? And if at all we can succeed there, from an earlier stage, it will minimize the number of cases coming to the courts and that. In South Africa, my brother has already touched that. There's what is called the party liaison committee. What's the name? If there is a problem there at the police station, the matter can be adjudicated and resolved there at that stage. So I want to emphasize that electoral justice does not just start with the courts or where there's a tribunal. It's a process that must start much, much earlier, and it requires the buy-in of everybody, political parties, all the stakeholders, from an earlier stage. That way, we'll see much better success.
Thanks, Justice. Kojo?
I think in the short term, the EMBs should have some dispute resolution mechanisms. I mean, the IPAC, and Ghana has the IPAC, it's not working well these days because one of the major parties have not been interacting with it since 2020. So the IPAC has its limitations. But when there are disputes in the process of collation and results management, there has to be some dispute mechanism for the parties, because sometimes it might be just resolving whether the results you got in from one place or the other, we can all agree that's inaccurate, and that can deal with the matter. There are no real formal mechanisms for that. I think I don't know, I think the Electoral Act of Nigeria may have something now, but a lot of EMBs don't have that. I think that can be an important step. But also, elections, in spite of the fact that it's a very, when you see it from afar, everybody can watch and get involved. It's still a very technical, procedural process. And our politicians and citizens generally don't have a good appreciation of the technical, and I don't expect them to, because even for those of us who have been doing this kind of work for close to 2 decades or whatever, there are still aspects of it that you really don't have a good appreciation of. But it is important that the key actors invest in that knowledge and be able to equip parties with that. But in the long term, yesterday we were talking about protecting observer rights and recognizing observer rights. One of our colleagues, reminded us that the problem is not the elections and election disputes. The problem is that the system of democracy and governance that we are practicing does have low trust. Already the person going to court believes that the court is tainted. They believe that the incumbent has an advantage. They have made up their mind before they get to court. So it goes back to what happens in between elections and the kinds of institutions that we build. Trust has to already be there before elections come. And if we don't fix that, then it's very, very difficult to then expect that we'll resolve all the problems of trust come election day.
But that then raises an interesting point for me. First, you said we can use dispute resolution mechanism, and you cited the Ghana example, and I think nearly every other country has that. Advocate Hassan already indicated that there is no incentive to concede. We don't provide enough incentives. Now you're talking about low trust. Even before the results are finally announced, people can already see the trends. How does that work? Here is a politician who already feels the election is not going their way. There are some allegations of electoral malpractices, and they're unhappy with whatever is happening. And then you call them to an alternative dispute resolution table.
Yeah. So the only, for me, every time we go into elections, and that's for me and my experience, the thing I worry about is not necessarily that the party and the party actors are making claims and allegations. There are all kinds of tactical things that parties do, and if you work with parties enough, you expect that. What you worry about is that the majority of the population buy into it. Now, even for violence and for containing violence, it only becomes unmanageable when ordinary citizens believe that elections are being manipulated. So it's very, very important in that sense that if there's trust, for example, in the EMB, generally by the population, if there's trust in the courts, when people are making allegations, people don't just jump to the conclusion that they will not get a fair chance. So that's what I mean by that. When you build that trust system, it makes it easier to manage the implosion that you normally get. And a person might be doing it for the wrong reasons in terms of not wanting to concede, but they will realize that they can't carry the people with them. It's only when they feel they can carry the people where they are encouraged and they are, to sustain this kind of disruption.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
go ahead.
I think I just want to butt in and say that Kojo forgot to say that. One of the mechanisms that we've also utilized very well in most parts of West Africa in imbuing trust during the election process, and particularly counting of the votes, has been the use of the Peace Commission itself, which has been very fantastic. I think Ghana was actually an outlier when they had the Kotoka Agreement in 2012, and it was fantastic. Senior members of the community, of the country, the kind of like the chief, the Asantini, brought people together, and they were made to actually enter into that agreement that they would respect the outcome of the elections. And if there are challenges, instead of resorting to violence, people go to court. And I think that's the same that we have actually done in Nigeria too, with the Peace Committee that eventually led the president in one of the hotly contested elections in the 2015 general elections, where there were projections that Nigeria could actually disintegrate. And President Goodluck Jonathan then was made to concede based on this peace agreement, which he actually accorded to. And it's one of the reasons why we were also able to maintain peace during this last February elections, with everybody approaching the court. But I also think that one of the things to do when it comes to it is having a kind of framework that gives the opportunity to review the results. And that's one of the positives from the Electoral Act 2022 of Nigeria, which gave the Electoral Commission 7 days to look at the results, review it if there are issues of infraction before it gets to the court. But when it gets to the court itself, and we are talking in terms of electoral justice, one aspect we have to put into cognizance, or we have to factor into our programming now, will even be having fact checkers present in court when some of these proceedings are ongoing. Because it's now a new trend that people will go to court, they will listen to the proceeding, and because these political actors are already weaponizing information, they come out and give a different reflection from what transpired in court, helping to rile up their constituency before the final declaration.
What's the role of the media in that?
I think the media has a very strong role to play in elections these days. In fact, I think they have the biggest role. And by this, the traditional media are quite important. They shouldn't be overlooked again, because there is actually a bloodline between the online and the offline. So many things that finds its way, that is online, find its way into the traditional media institution itself. But again, media ownership dictates how people report. So if I give Kenya as an example, you see during the vote tabulation process, people were projecting different results. It depends on the TV you tune to. You will hear Ruto is winning, Raila is winning, riling up the polity. In the last Nigerian elections also, you will see the kind of tweets people were projecting direct into the homes of people. So we are talking of people not being on social media, so they are not able to consume some of this disinformation. But they are listening to radio, they are watching TV, and they are having it projected right into their home. So I think we really need to work more in terms of not just saying we are monitoring the media, we are training the media, but there must be strong accountability framework, realizing the role of the media when it comes to spiking up violence post-elections. And now that elections have fast become an emotional contest, not just between or amongst the candidates, but even citizens who are now polarized on identity basis.
Advocate Hassan, you want to say something on this issue?
Well, I think when the election results is so close, especially for president, you have got 49 point something percent, the loser, the winner is 50.05%. So this razor thin and close election results really are part of the problem why we're going to have this. I wish we could have a way where we could force a second round, because once the main candidates, or in Kenya we call them the donkeys, are out, the two horses now which remained will go for the second round, and they're more serious candidates. But it's still, I think, the two-round system is it's not good for our context, I would say. But in terms of EDR, the Supreme Court is the last court of appeal. For election for president, you can challenge the results with the Supreme Court, and they can do it within 14 days. They are required to listen to the petition and make a ruling. And the president-elect will not be sworn in until the petition is heard and determined by the Supreme Court. So, and then if he wins that election petition, he is required to be sworn in daytime between 10 and 2 p.m. in the morning. So actually, there's a history behind that. But so in terms of EDR, I think we are very good on paper. For the governor elections, the MPs, there's very clear law that within 6 months, they must be finished. All the petitions must be finished. So I think I would say in terms of EDR, we are very much okay after election. It is before election that we have a problem. And she said about internal party democracy. When the parties conduct nominations, especially in the strongholds of the 2 or 3 leading political leaders in Kenya, getting a nomination of that party is like a guarantee to the seat. So we realize there's much more pressure and money spent and violence in those party primaries. And if they lose, they will now have to appeal, for example, to the internal party appeal process. One. Number 2, they can appeal to the commission, the electoral commission. And number 3, they can appeal to the political parties dispute tribunal. So that's now a third forum. And then they also have the other option of going to the High Court. So it's a 4th forum. So there's always in Kenya an element of forum shopping. A candidate will say, where can I go to get what I want? And so he will, maybe the political parties dispute tribunal or IBC. And then so we see this kind of orders coming from different bodies. And that's a big problem for the commission. And finally, I think the High Court in Kenya, the last commission chairman, Chebukati, called them the 8th commissioner of the IBC because of the amount of orders they were giving before the elections could be happen. There's also a lot of threats and pressure from the judiciary when it comes to the independence of the commission. I know the judge will talk about that later. Thank you.
How does it affect the work of the EMB with all these court orders? I wanted you to just say a little bit more on that.
Well, I will give you an example. A person who was going for forum shopping, he did not go to his party, he lost the party primary. He did not go and appeal in the party machinery. Instead, he went to the political parties dispute tribunal. And then he lost. He did not come to the commission. Instead, he went to the High Court. And the High Court which listens to election-related cases, is the Human Rights and the Constitutional Court Division. But this guy went to a commercial court and got an order from a judge of the commercial court. And it's ex parte. Ex parte, without somebody coming in. And it's not even an injunction. It is a mandatory injunction compelling the commission to put his name on the ballot paper. And the ballot paper has already been, once you give the order to the printer, they are already now printing. So you cannot tell them to stop and remove that particular name and put this one in. It's too late because they will charge you for the whole printing. So I told the gentleman, we cannot put your name on the ballot because we have already started printing. Well, he went back and filed a contempt of court proceedings. And I was summoned to the court. So eventually we settled out of court. But this is very bad, actually. It's very dangerous. And I think in Kenya we still have that tension between the commission and the High Court. It's still there.
Is that the same case in Nigeria?
Yes, it's the same case in Nigeria and actually across West Africa. If you take the last Nigerian elections, there were like 1,800 cases in the Court of Appeal, 1,200 in the Supreme Court. And most of those cases will actually be decided by maybe a few days into the elections, 10 days, 2 days, at times even calling for primaries to be held in the week of the elections. What it does is that it makes the cost of elections extremely expensive. And in other climes in West Africa, you see that a candidacy would now be accepted like 2 days into the elections. So the elections will be Saturday, then Thursday they will say, oh, your candidacy is been accepted. You can actually vie. But the big challenge really, when you think about it, is after, that is pre-elections, post-elections, firstly, court is finally becoming the determinant of who emerges the winner, taking away agency from the voters itself. And this has got serious challenges when it comes to democracy. Because one, we have a trust challenge already. Then I want to vote, I have voted, and the court is actually making the final decision on who actually assumes that position. I think that's problematic for democracy. Then I also think one thing we need to fix, particularly when it comes to West Africa, where I know very well, is this whole doctrine of substantial regularity. Like, you know, once there are challenges with the elections, if the irregularities are not substantial enough, the elections will not be quashed. And in that phase, what it does is it gives citizens this whole idea of justice denied. And they start losing hope in this whole democratic process.
Justice Mba, you were looking closely at the director. She was talking about courts taking away agency from the voters. What's your view on that? Are the courts taking away agency of the voters to determine their own leadership, their own governments?
Yes, it's unfortunate that one hears of such incidences. I mean, I'm shocked that a matter of such a magnitude involving an election, that an order can be granted ex parte
From a commercial court.
from a commercial court. I mean, it's just shocking. Now, having said that, I think what emerges from all of us is trust. You know, it's important. Trust in the system, trust in the adjudicative process. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. I spoke earlier about the integrity of judges in the manner in which they should carry out their functions. The process does not just start when a judge is already there. The process starts earlier. How is this person appointed? How is this person appointed? So the process starts from there. We've got to make sure that the appointment of judges is done properly and capable people are appointed to be judges. I've said earlier that a judge's main function is to dispense justice only on the basis of the law, the facts, and the evidence. Nothing else. Nothing else. If, as judges, we stick to that, we will avoid all these problems. The trust that we must get from our people, it's something that we must earn. And how do we do that? By doing our work properly. Give good judgments, well-reasoned judgments, and we will win the confidence of the people.
Great. You want to say something before we go to the next one?
You can ask for trust every time, because I think I'd rather say ask for accountability.
I think that's
Ask for accountability is better, because people will not trust you,
yeah.
whether you are a holy man or not. And I think when you say, look at the process, look at my everything. I think that is a better way than in Kenya. I mean, generally in elections, it's very hard to conduct an honest election in a dishonest society, generally. And it is even worse when there's, a lot of suspicion, mistrust by everybody. And so we try to bring technology to bridge this trust deficit. But as Professor Noel Barakan said, technology is not democracy.
Yeah.
You can't again make it your own democracy. So we are in a very difficult situation on that issue. Thank you.
Yeah. But I agree that the accountability is, because that's the way you build trust. Because even for EMBs, if you feel like you can cut corners, I mean, the Nigeria, the margin of lead, when everybody's watching and they've seen tags go and destroy a polling station, and then it's like, okay, it doesn't matter, whether you get to vote again, exercise your franchise, it doesn't matter because the lead is too big and everything else is irrelevant. So we need to address that issue about accountability, that if it's procedural and all these matters, all these issues matter, then if it is not held accordingly, there has to be mechanisms for rebuilding, or holding people accountable, for instance.
I would like us to conclude by looking at the forthcoming elections in Zimbabwe, DRC, among others. But before I do that, Advocate Hassan, in some contexts, EMBs can be resistant to inputs from citizen observer groups, and they do raise barriers, whether knowingly or unknowingly, and these barriers hinder the work of the citizen observer groups or their ability to observe processes properly. How can EMBs and citizen observer groups better collaborate and ensure electoral integrity?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important question. I think the civil society are part of the primary stakeholders in the election. And when the commission is constituted, I think, and we are looking at how to do stakeholder engagement. CSOs are, of course, the first, and the media and political parties are all important to engage with them. And the commission must have a forum where they can engage with the civil society organizations on the elections. And when we are looking at drafting the bill, the election laws or regulations, I think they take a very important step in working with the commission and the political parties in the drafting of this and advise the commission accordingly. I think in the conduct of civic and voter education, I think we have a lot of strong civil society in the country that's able to also do. We do mapping, and wherever they are, then they are able to start doing the civic and voter education for the elections. And so I think there has been sometimes tension between the civil society and the Electoral Commission. I think it's a very healthy tension. They keep us also on check and hold the Commission accountable. But when they come together, and in Kenya now they have decided to come together under one umbrella group, it's called Election Observer Group. They are domestic. And during my time at least, we allowed them to do a parallel vote tabulation, or the swift count. With the support of NDI, CSOs were allowed to conduct the parallel vote tabulation. And I remember in 2013, there was a lot of fear that this may bring, because we had just come out of 2007, the violence. So there was the security people were unhappy with this. They wanted to stop the whole machinery. But I had to go to the National Security Advisory Committee and actually explain that we are working together. The CSOs, we know what they're doing, and I gave them more or less my approval. So we do work together. Sometimes when the tension comes is when we announce the election for the results of the president. That's where our tension begins. Because some of the civil society, they are funded by donors, the same donors who also fund the commission in the different aspects of the election process. So when we do the election of the results, and these CSOs, they also observe the election as part of the domestic observer group. Then after the results are announced, you see some of the civil society going to court to challenge the election results, like the other candidates or the political parties. So they more or less abandon their objectivity and impartiality also required by joining up at the hip with a politician or another candidate. So that's where we have a problem, because then you either stay as a civil society and otherwise you remove your cover and go back and become a politician. That's what they're saying. So I think in my time, I think I had a very difficult relationship with some of them. They're still my friends, but I think they know where we have our problems. Thank you.
Great. Ida, do you want to say something briefly on this?
I want to say that I actually love the law in Kenya that allows civil society, the agency, to actually question some of those results. And I think it's been fantastic, it's been interesting, particularly when you look to the 2018 elections, where you saw like there were landmark changes because of this role of civil society appearing as amicus curiae in these cases. And I think these are things that we yearn for, and we feel that we're also helping in building trust in the process and makes that the work we do, looking at all these processes, doesn't go in vain at the end of the day.
Great. Let's pivot to 2023, 2024 elections on the horizon in Zimbabwe, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ghana, among others. What electoral integrity issues should we be paying attention to? Koji, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so this year we have our 16 presidential legislative elections. Next year, 19. And I think all of us, and because this is a summit for democracy, I think we should realize that the time period we have, against the backdrop of a retreat in democracy, we need to begin to stem the tide. 2021 was not a good year. You know, you had coup d'etats and other things. The beginning of this year, we really wanted, Nigeria to go well. I think that the results are mixed, and once we've all calmed down, we'll see some good sides to the Nigeria election. But we need to change the narrative of botched elections, violent elections, corrupt elections on the continent. And with some of the elections that are coming on, major ones, in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Zimbabwe, we need to put all our efforts, at least on the civil society side, on the citizen side. This is our continent. We don't have anywhere to go. And we need to make sure that we are still able to elect our leaders so we can have the space to think about development. So I'm just appealing that we have, put a concerted effort. Zimbabwe, we worry about closed spaces for observation, and we have to do everything. If governments say they are democratic, they want to organize credible elections, they cannot exclude civil society. They cannot exclude media. They cannot be beating up opposition. And these things are not, they are not democratic. So we have to work very hard to make sure that the right things are done. So if you're talking about electoral integrity issues, they remain the same. They haven't changed, but the contests differ in some places where people cannot even express themselves. In some places, it's just your normal vote buying and all of these things that delegitimizes elections. But there's a lot of education that also has to be done for citizens to understand the process and to be able to participate in the process.
Great.
Yeah.
Go ahead, and then Justice Mbao.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what is very important for us to focus on is to go back to the issue of electoral integrity. And one, of course, will be the technical, which we continue to talk about. The competence and the independence of the election management bodies will become extremely important in all these forthcoming elections itself, for people to trust in the process and to trust in the outcome, and adding other key agencies to it. But again, I think as actors, we have to start looking beyond the issue of the outcome that we often look at, but looking at the prevailing circumstances and how this will impact the elections. And getting ready, as in our intervention, should be based on some of these prevailing circumstances. So if I take 3 examples, for instance, of 3 issues that I know will define some of these elections, I think information is extremely critical in it. Advocate Hassan made a very important point about trust. There is no capacity building for integrity. But there is actually ongoing capacity building to floor electoral integrity itself. When you look at the information ecosystem, the multiplicity of actors, the proliferation of tactics, and the reach of this makes certain facts from fiction extremely difficult in elections. In fact, by the time people get to the poll, it's as if their mind has already been rigged. They may not know how, who they are voting, nor even able to accept the outcome of these elections. What do we do in terms of infotegrity beyond talking about fact-checking is extremely important. Addressing insecurity will also become critical because it will be something that could actually be used to again thwart a process itself before you get to the polls. You think of DRC and you look at the ongoing conflict, the resurgence in DRC. You even think about our Ghana, that is our beacon of democracy itself, northern Ghana. Then you start looking at identity, which increasingly is playing an increasing role in the elections on the continent. So nuancing our understanding of the elections, the processes itself, and our intervention along some of these critical lines have become increasingly important for elections, for citizens to actually believe, to have trust in the process and the outcome itself.
Great. I know we'd want to say more, but time is not our best ally. Time never stands still and it cannot be rebased. I often say we don't want to be 20, but we have to move on. Justice, you wanted to say one final word. I can see you're looking at me pensively. You may say something very briefly.
Yes, yeah. I agree wholeheartedly. Electoral integrity, that is the mantra for Africa. That is what will save our continent. Electoral integrity. It's not only the judiciary, the EMB, it's everybody, the press, all the stakeholders, political parties, everybody. Thank you.
And that's the best way of wrapping it up. So thank you very much to Dr. Koji Asante, Justice Boyzi Mba, Aidata Hassan, and Ahmed Hassan for this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. We're done. We're done.
Please remain seated in the auditorium as we prepare for the country presentations, which will be coming next. We now invite the Republic of Zambia to the podium for their country's presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready? Okay. It's just about afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a country presentation on the Zambia's electoral process. And the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, and my name is Mwangala Zalumis. But I'm presenting on behalf of the country. The presentation centers around 4 topics, or 5 topics. And the first one is the legal and institutional framework, recent strides made in enhancing free and fair elections, the lessons learned and challenges, and the last one will be threats to the electoral system and reflections to all this. Now, Zambia is a sovereign republic, as you know, under a constitutional form of governance. The republic is a unitary, indivisible, multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-religious, multicultural, multi-party, democratic state. You can add many, many multis as you wish, but it's all there. Article 229 of the Constitution establishes the Electoral Commission of Zambia and its mandate. And Article 216 of our Constitution states that the Commission shall be subject to the Constitution and law, be independent, and not subject to the control of a person or an authority in the performance of its functions. And it's very interesting that you find this with the courts, the Supreme Court, the High Court, the Constitutional Court. It's exactly the same provision, that they are not in control. They cannot be controlled by a person or an authority in the performance of its functions. The Electoral Commission of Zambia, Act number 25 of 2016, provides for membership, functions, operations, and financial management of the Electoral Commission of Zambia. The Electoral Process Act number 25 of 2016 provides for the administration and implementation of the electoral process. I'll move on to still continue with the legal and institutional framework, sorry. The Electoral Commission of Zambia is already established, and this was established in 1996. It is the institution that is mandated to conduct elections in Zambia. The ECZ is an independent and autonomous electoral management body. There's a board of commissioners which is responsible for policy direction, comprising the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and 3 other members for a tenure of 7 years. This tenure can be renewed or renewable for another term. That is another term of 7 years. There is a management team which is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the commission and is headed by the chief electoral officer. General elections in Zambia are held every 5 years on a fixed date enshrined in the constitution. This wasn't the case before, and this came to be in 2016, and it has to be held on a certain date in August. So that is enshrined, and that helps the stakeholders to plan and know that at a certain, after 5 years, on this particular day, the second week, on a Wednesday or Thursday, there's going to be an election. Before that, it was left to the whim of the president, who decided which, in the 5 years, whether it was going to be in the rain season, so that people were not able to all turn up and vote. And that happened quite often. So the people, through consensus making, building of the Constitution, decided that no, we must have a date. Everyone must know when an election is going to take place. And it was decided that it was going to be at a season where there were no rains, where every part of Zambia was accessible. So that came to be, that's the background to arriving at a certain date after 5 years of the tenure of the government. The Constitution of Zambia prescribes the electoral system, and namely this is the majoritarian system, where a candidate with more than 50% of the valid votes cast is declared a winner. And again, this is a new phenomenon, because before it was a first past the post. Whoever scored higher than the others, whether it was by 100 votes or 5 votes or 10 votes, became the president. Again, this was arrived at by consensus building through constitution making, where several constitutions, I think from 1996, from the Mungomba Constitution, the National Constitution Conference, the Electoral Reforms Technical Committee, the last one of which was enacted in 1916, all recommended that there should be a majoritarian system of electing a president. The National Assembly and local government, these maintained the first past the post system, because the people wanted to know right away who was the winner, whether it's by 5 votes or 10 votes. This is what, again, by consensus building, they preferred to elect their candidates, parliamentary and local government, through the first past the post. Since the introduction of multi-party democracy in 1991, there's been 7 general elections. And these were held in 1991, when Zambia converted to the multi-party system, as you were told by the president here, when he delivered his speech, that it was a one-party state, and in 1991, we became a multi-party state. There's also been, apart from the 7 general elections, we've had 2 presidential elections. Now, the presidential elections doesn't mean that we didn't have elections the 7 times that the general elections were held. There were elections for the president as well, but the Constitution provided that, these constitutions provided that when a president dies, then you must go back to the people and have an election just for the president. Now, in 2008, we lost our president, and 2015, and presidential elections were held. Now, this changed again in 2016 when the Constitution was amended to provide for a running mate in the majoritarian system. That when you elect a president, in fact, when someone stands as president, they must have a running mate. And that running mate becomes the vice president. And in case of death or anything, resignation, the running mate takes over and finishes the term. So we did away with the presidential elections. Some call them by-elections in the presidents, and some, but in the Constitution, it's a presidential election. There's also been peaceful transition of power. We're very happy with this, and I think we pat ourselves on the back that we've had transition, we've had peaceful transition of power from a ruling party to the opposition, or from a ruling party, from one candidate to another in the ruling party. And this has happened 4 times. That is in 1991, when the multi-party system was introduced, 2011, and 2021. And this is the opposition. In fact, these 3 years I've just mentioned, it was the opposition taking over from the ruling party. The 4th incident was within that ruling party, where it was changed from, the one who finished the 10-year term, and then another person in the same ruling party took over. So the 4 times that we've changed presidents, there's been a peaceful transition. The 3 different political parties have ruled Zambia since 1991. I'll move on to the recent strides made in enhancing free and fair elections. Youth participation during the 2021 general election was 56.33% of the registered voters for the 2021 general elections, and these were the youths. The voter turnout in the 2021 general election was 70.32%. We say that there were peaceful elections post-2021 general election. Peaceful election, but maybe not during the campaigns. The campaigns were not so peaceful. Review of the Public Order Act to broaden the freedom of association, assembly, and expression. This is a stride that we are trying to enhance, and the President, I think, spoke to that subject, how the Public Order Act became problematic for the other people, apart from the ruling party, but the other opposition parties, they could not campaign peacefully. Enhanced participation of stakeholders during 2021 general elections, the monitors and observers. I think these were strides that were enhanced during the elections. the conversion of voting streams into polling stations. You see, the streams were too many people on the streams, where people woke up at 4 a.m. and stayed there the whole night, the whole day, to try and cast their votes. So because of this, the streams, ECZ, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, introduced more polling stations in order to meet the needs of the people so that they could go and vote and maybe spend less hours than what was happening before. I think we managed successfully the general election in the wake of the COVID-19. It was difficult because of the distancing of voters, but this was managed. Another stride that we pride ourselves of is persons in lawful custody, those in correctional facilities who registered as voters and voted for the first time in the history of Zambia during 2021 general elections. And this has continued to date. We don't have a general election, but we have by-elections in the wards and also in the constituencies where members of parliament and councillors are elected. And the people in custody, in lawful custody, have been allowed to go and vote. In fact, continue to vote. The implementation of continuous registration of voters. This is happening right now. We started off with the 10 provincial centers, and this is being rolled to other districts. We hope that we can continue to roll this to other districts, more districts, so that we register as many people as possible before the general election. The application of the 1955 Public Order Act, this was a threat on the electoral integrity, in that people often perceived that their rights were being stifled during the political party campaigns. And ECZ also noticed there were too many complaints and people going to court because this archaic law of 1955 stopped them from campaigning. If you were more than 10 people, you were not allowed to campaign. You were arrested because you are not allowed to assemble if you are more than 10 people in a place. As the president referred to that, this is being reviewed. The Attorney General and the Solicitor General are looking, and I'm sure they agree with me, that they are seriously reviewing this archaic piece of legislation. The other threat is lack of adherence of the Electoral Code of Conduct by political stakeholders. I'm sure even in other countries, we've heard about Nigeria, we've heard about Kenya. It's also the same, maybe not to that extent, but the stakeholders, when it comes to political organization, they don't seem to want to adhere to the Electoral Code of Conduct. The unprecedented electoral petitions arising from the 2021 general election. This is also another threat to the electoral integrity, because it means if somebody, we want to believe that if somebody goes to court, petitions the election, includes ECZ in that petition, it might be perceived as though that there's something wrong with electoral integrity, that they don't believe in the ECZ. But you find that the many, many petitions that have occurred sometimes the stakeholders or those who are taking part in the election maybe were not truthful during the nomination. They didn't have sufficient qualification to stand for an election. And they were, they didn't tell ECZ their status. And sometimes they become very violent. That election is annulled. And once that election is dissolved, you find the person wants to go to court. I think sometimes to save face amongst themselves in the political field. So you find there's an unprecedented number of electoral petitions. The heightened political competition marred by politically motivated violence, which in some instances prompted the ECZ to suspend or bar some candidates from campaigning. This issue was so serious that lives were lost. Some people were shot during the campaigns. They were beaten during campaigns. And this definitely was a threat on the electoral integrity. Because the person who is a victim in these campaigns and expects ECZ to do something, but that's a criminal offense which the government takes over. But if ECZ does not, they think that ECZ should go and stop the person fighting or even exclude everybody from that election. But when it's handed over now, the police, because the law enforcement agencies have to come in, and ECZ has to wait for the law enforcement agencies to take over that. The polarized media landscape. This is the traditional and new media, reporting along political party lines. We've seen television stations which are more inclined towards one political party than the others. We've seen the newspapers reporting on some political parties and not others. And when others go to apply to even pay, they'll be told that there's no space. So that landscape is polarized. The increased misinformation and cyberbullying through various media channels. I think we heard from the panelists here when they were talking about this, that they even post wrong information, falsehoods about others. So that's a threat to the electoral integrity. The Commission's ICT-based innovative systems such as the election support centers, voter verification, and devices. Cyber attacks. This is all that has an effect on the electoral integrity. Now, we've talked about the threats, the reflections on the electoral integrity. And we hope that as we go along during this summit, we can identify these to help the electoral landscape, the electoral process. In conclusion, the Electoral Commission of Zambia has continued to make strides in discharging its constitutional mandate, in ensuring it delivers free, fair, and transparent elections. Electoral integrity is central to elections. an EMB like ECZ continually seeks to adapt ways of enhancing integrity of the electoral process. I thank you, and I hope we can continue interrogating these threats in the electoral system and processes. Thank you.
We now invite Cabo Verde to the podium to give their country's presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable ministers and head of delegations, distinguished delegations, delegates, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Miriam Vieira, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Zambia and the United States for co-organizing this cohort event on an important topic to strengthening the fundamentals of democracy. Needless to say that free, fair, and transparent elections are essential not only to legitimize electoral processes, but also to consolidate them. As enshrined in its constitution, the Republic of Cabo Verde is organized in a democratic state based on the rule of law, on the principles of people's sovereignty, on pluralism of expression and democratic political organization, and on the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It is the conviction of the government that the rule of law is of paramount importance to build more just, inclusive, and peaceful societies. That is why, at the core of our policies are the promotion and protection of human rights for all, without discrimination of any kind, access to justice, and the promotion of good governance. In a time where democracy is facing challenges, actions are required in order to enhance the foundation of democracy. Collective actions at national and global levels for prosperity of the countries that embrace democracy and democratic values. It is the vision of Cabo Verde that is our vision that enhancing capacity building, reinforcing national institution for a more robust democracy is of paramount importance, because we have been recognizing this as a way for a realization of successful election over the years, and also as a way to promote peaceful and smooth transition of power. This is also a way to ensuring electoral integrity that we have been speaking about this morning. By doing so, we have been able to progressively improve national institutions, including our Electoral National Commission, undertaking legal and institutional reforms aiming at more transparent and effective electoral processes. In the same vein, legal frameworks have been applied to increase the transparency, to combat corruption and counter money laundering. Investments have been made aiming at the modernization of the state and the improvement of the e-governance to digital tools and solutions. All Cape Verdeans are entitled to exercise the right to vote. The government set the condition for voting registration in the country and outside the country, allowing as well our big diaspora community this basic human right and its participation in elections. More recently, Despite the restriction posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to organize and run 3 elections: local, general, and presidential elections, all of them considered by international observers as free, fair, and transparent. Distinguished delegates, the will of the people is the pathway that leads us to just and more equitable society. This morning, we have been hearing from different speakers that democracy delivers tangible dividends. When I arrived in Zambia, one of the outdoors that caught my attention was with an outdoor that was asking what democracy means to you. And then I have to tell you that democracy is the torch that enlightens prosperity of all nations. All of us have to uphold to this torch and pass it or hand over it through generations. That's why the government of Cabo Verde stands for the principles for a more functional and sustainable democracy. I thank you for your kind attention.
We now invite to the podium Côte d'Ivoire to give their country's presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm Mr. Epiphan Zoro, Minister in charge of good governance and fight against corruption. My declaration will be a general declaration on democracy. On behalf of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and its President, I have the honor to extend my sincere greetings and express our support to the declaration of the Summit for Democracy. We believe that promoting democracy and good governance is essential to ensure peace, stability, and sustainable development in our societies. Therefore, we are committed to working with various partners from international community to strengthen democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and the fight against corruption. Under the enlightened leadership of His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, Côte d'Ivoire has undertaken significant reforms in these areas. We adopted a new constitution in 2016, which enhances the protection of human rights, freedom of press, and the independence of the judiciary. We also established mechanisms to combat corruption and increase transparency in public affairs management. However, we know that much remains to be done. We recognize that the fight against corruption is a long-term battle that requires enhanced international cooperation and sustained efforts from all stakeholders. We are determined to continue our effort in this direction and to work with our partners to strengthen transparency and accountability in democracy management. I also want to acknowledge the fruitful cooperation between Côte d'Ivoire and the United States, particularly through the Millennium Challenge Cooperation. We are grateful for the continued engagement in the fight against corruption and for economic and social development. We will work closely together to strengthen the transparency and integrity of our governance while protecting human rights and promoting democracy. I would like to express my deep appreciation of His Excellency President Hichilema for his outstanding efforts in organizing the Summit for Democracy and his exceptional leadership and vision in promoting democracy and good governance. The success of this event has been a testimony to his commitment and dedication, and we are grateful for his continued support in building a more just, equitable, and peaceful society. In conclusion, allow me to reaffirm our commitment to promoting democracy, good governance, human rights, and the fight against corruption. We believe that the declaration of the Summit for the Democracy is an important step in this direction, and we are proud to support it. We are also convinced that our enhanced collaboration will contribute to build a more just, equitable, and peaceful world, not only for ourselves, but mainly for the future generation. Thank you.
We now invite Liberia to the podium for their country's presentation.
Excellencies, colleagues, and heads of delegations, esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and felicitations from His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia, and the government and people of Liberia, and in my own name, and congratulate the Excellency Presidents and governments and peoples of the United States of America, the Republics of Zambia, Korea, Costa Rica, and the Netherlands for co-hosting this second Summit for Democracy under the theme, Free, Fair, and Transparent Elections, as it relates to the ministerial level component. Let me also thank His Excellency, the President and government and people of the Republic of Zambia for the warm hospitality and excellent facilities being put at the disposal of my delegation and me since our arrival in this historic and beautiful city of Lusaka. Relating to democratic governance in Africa, Liberia continues to pursue the irreversible path of transparency, accountability, and good governance based on respect for human rights and the rule of law. Liberia is fast becoming a stronghold of peace and safe haven for liberal democracy. We have taken concrete and practical steps in the last few years to build and strengthen our democratic and integrity institutions such as the judiciary, media, civil society, and the electoral management body. Liberia continues to record significant gains under the astute leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Weah towards strengthening our democracy and defending it against authoritarianism. We are relentlessly committed to continue consolidating and deepening the fight against corruption and dismantling the culture of impunity, strengthening the capacity of integrity institutions and the electoral systems, promoting political freedom and fundamental human rights through relevant legislative reforms and robust, impartial adherence to both domestic and international laws and best practices. Permit me to share with you few of the key achievements and laudable concrete actions taken by our government in the last few years to consolidate democracy in Liberia. The government of Liberia's recent amendment of the 2008 Act creating the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, granting the entity unrestricted, direct, and immediate prosecutorial powers to intensify the fight against systemic corruption, money laundering, financing international terrorism, and other abuses. The repeated and consistent expressions of unwavering commitment and assurance by His Excellency President Dr. Weah to ensure the conduct of a free, fair, transparent, peaceful, inclusive, and credible fourth presidential and legislative elections on October 10th of this year. His Excellency President Dr. Weah issued on Tuesday, March 14, 2023, Executive Order number 117, mandating all appointed officials of the government of Liberia desirous of contesting elective positions in the pending October 10, 2023 presidential and legislative elections to resign their current positions on or before April 7, 2023. The call for resignation is intended to disassociate the fiduciary duty of trust, integrity, and loyalty expected to be owed by appointed public officials to the people of Liberia from their personal desires to contest elections with the aim to safeguard against such desires being at the expense of public resources, as well as to create a level playing political field to prevent unfair and undue advantages. With the unreserved and strong support of His Excellency President Dr. Weah, the National Elections Commission launched the first ever biometric voter registration and biometric voting system in March of this year. This is the first in our history aimed at improving the electoral process, modernizing electoral rolls, and ensuring voter equality based on the principle of one voter, one vote. The holding of democratic, free, fair, peaceful, transparent, inclusive, and credible elections cannot be possible without an exhaustive, credible, and reliable electoral system to conduct it. The modernization of the electoral roll is the prerequisite to this realization. In his continued efforts to sustain, protect, and promote the independence of integrity institutions, His Excellency President Dr. Weah, on Tuesday, March 14, 2023, vetoed several and specific portions of recent amendments to the new elections law of Liberia passed by the National Legislature on February 24, 2022, which appear to be in conflict with the Constitution of Liberia and other existing laws. Political party leaders will sign a peace and non-violence pledge in April this year as a demonstration of the commitment of political party leaders, their political parties, and partisans to a peaceful electoral process. Especially so as this year marks 20 years of sustained peace since the signing of the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2003, ending our 14-year civil war. The Republic of Liberia remains deeply concerned about the state of democracy in the West African sub-region, especially the security and political situations in our neighboring state of Guinea and the other sub-regional states of Burkina Faso and Mali, as well as other conflict areas on the African continent and other parts of the world. In this regard, Liberia reaffirms its condemnation in the strongest term of any unconstitutional change of government and the change of any constitutional term limit to continue in power. Liberia has always and will continue to collaborate with all sub-regional and continental bodies and other international institutions such as the Mana River Union, ECOWAS, AU, UN, among others, to combat corruption, money laundering, and terrorism, promote, protect, and defend democracy, including the fundamental rights, freedom, and liberty for all peoples, especially women and children, and other underprivileged peoples of Africa and the world at large. It is worthy to note that since the ascendancy of His Excellency President Dr. Weah to power, there is no and will be no political prisoner and prisoner of conscience in Liberia. Liberia's upcoming presidential and legislative elections in October this year will be crucial to the continued consolidation of our peace, stability, security, development, and flourishing democracy. It is very much encouraging, hopeful, reassuring, honorable, statesman, and commendable that His Excellency President Dr. Weah has continuously committed himself up to present to ensuring the conduct of a free, peaceful, fair, transparent, inclusive, and credible elections on October 10, 2023, and meeting international standards. We are of the strongest conviction that democracy is a work in progress and a democratic, reliable, credible, peaceful, inclusive, and fraud-free electoral process is critically essential in establishing, consolidating, and sustaining lasting peace, security, stability, prosperity, and development in any country. In conclusion, I am of the strongest belief that an attack on one democracy is an attack on all, especially in the case of an unprovoked attack. Let me remind all of us, distinguished delegates at this ministerial level component of the Second Summit for Democracy, that democracy in Ukraine has been under attack and unprovoked aggression since February 24, 2022 by the Russian Federation. Pursuant to my premise that an attack on one democracy is an attack on all, especially unprovoked, we wish to urge all of you esteemed delegates at this summit and your respective governments to see a necessary imperative to stand with the democratic government and people of Ukraine. In furtherance of this premise, we call on all of us delegates and our respective countries and the world community of democracy as a whole to comprehensively support the 10-point peace plan of His Excellency President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine and the government and people of Ukraine, as doing so will no doubt be in defense and support of democracy not only in Ukraine but globally. I strongly believe further that anything falling short of such necessary imperative support for the defense of the tenets of democracy in Ukraine will render the actualization of the aim and objectives of this Summit for Democracy incomplete. I wish all of us fruitful deliberation and a successful ministerial level component of the Summit for Democracy. I thank you.
For our final presentation, we now invite Malawi to the podium for their country's presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Justice Kachale. I chair the Electoral Commission in Malawi. So I hope you understand why I'll begin my presentation by a quotation from the judgment of the Constitutional Court in 2020, February 3rd. The colleagues actually who delivered that judgment got the Chatham House Award for standing up for democracy last year. And I just think their words perfectly reflect the responsibility that we as elections management bodies carry to ensure that democracy thrives. I quote, genuine, credible, transparent, free, and fair elections form the solid foundation for our pluralist democratic system. Those vested with the duty to conduct such elections, therefore, have a sacred duty and responsibility to all Malawians, and in various ways the political, social, and economic destiny of the country is predicated upon how they discharge such duties and responsibilities. The court is also aware that the task of managing and administering an election, especially a national election, is a highly demanding one that requires substantial preparation time and resources, both on the part of the Commission as well as the contesting candidates. Running a successful national election does not come cheap. In other words, the implications of this is that meaningful participatory democracy comes at a substantial national cost. The court also holds the clear view that the costly nature of managing and administering a national election underscores the need for the electoral management body to ensure that it fulfills its duties, functions, and responsibilities with meticulous care and attention. It was on the back of that order that, for the first time, elections were announced in our country, and credit to the government in power, they considered that decision and went ahead to fund an election rerun, which they lost. And again, they considered that defeat. And something they haven't got enough credit for is that, having considered, they never went back to court. It can be taken for granted that they did that, but it was within their right to do that. And I think that allowed our process to go ahead. So in my presentation, I just want to focus on the constitutive legal instruments that create our institution, its establishment and independence, outline some of the functions, and also highlight a few reforms that we have undertaken since assuming office. Coming back to the June 2020 election itself, our particular election commission cohort assumed office 9 days before the day appointed for the election, and were able to carry out elections under the COVID public health threat. Now, that had two implications. There were some adjustments that had to be implemented insofar as campaigning and everything else that goes with running an election goes. The Ministry of Health already issued its own protocols that were applicable, which we had to ensure that the political parties were adhering to. But coming to the running of the election itself, we were under a lot of pressure from different quarters, because due to the prevailing public health threat, not many people were traveling across borders at the time. And everybody was asking our commission, how can you run an election without foreign or international observers? In our view, that question was a little misconceived, because the Malawi Electoral Commission has a constitutional mandate to run elections for the Malawian voter. An international best practice mandates that those elections are open to observation. Our primary constitutional duty is not to ensure presence of observers. Our primary responsibility is to provide opportunity to Malawian voters to cast a vote in the rights guarantees of the law. And even in the absence of such foreign international observation, we're able to undertake a process that others have described as being fair, transparent, and flawless based on the standards that were applied, that guaranteed that a government was changed without that requirement. Now, in saying that, it is not to diminish the role of international observation in elections, but maybe just to highlight the challenges that we had to discharge our functions in, and how a commitment to the right values can still enable you to do your job even in a less than ideal context. So our particular commission is created under Section 75 of the Constitution of Malawi, and its functions are elaborated under our Electoral Commission Act. And the law says there shall be an electoral commission which shall consist of a chairman, who shall be a judge nominated in that behalf by the Judicial Service Commission. And for this time, that is my singular privilege. And that person is supposed to be, having been nominated, is supposed to be appointed by the president. And the president is also supposed to appoint such other members, not being less than 4 and not more than 6, as may be appointed in accordance with an act of parliament. So the other members are appointed in accordance with the Constitution and the Electoral Commission Act. And the membership of our current commission, we are 7. The other 6 members are nominated by political parties who have attained a prescribed minimum threshold of a national vote during a general election. Currently, in order for a party to be eligible to nominate a commissioner, they must attain not less than 10% of a national vote. And even that criterion is not without its own challenges, because some are raising the question, is it 10% of the national vote as the number of people who voted on the election day, or is it 10% of the membership in the House of Parliament? To be nominated as and appointed as a commissioner, a person must be suitably qualified. Until a recent legal reform, that was not elaborated upon, but our recent reform, which government has passed last November, we have put in a minimum educational qualification of a bachelor's degree for that position. Previously, there was no technical competency criteria of any sort. Insofar as the conditions and terms of service of the commission, those are supposed to be set by a Public Appointments Committee of Parliament. We don't have a full-time commission, as it were. As I speak to you as chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I am also judge in charge of the Commercial Division of the High Court. So I still have to discharge my judicial functions. It's got its own very serious challenges. We believe that those are areas ripe for reform based on our experience. Institutionally, the Commission is an independent organization, and that independence is also enshrined in the law, which guarantees that the Commission shall exercise its powers, functions, and duties independent of any direction or interference by other authority or any person. It is remarkable how much even those clear stipulations of the law are not always easily adhered to by other people who think they should set the agenda for you. The institutional independence of the Commission is further elaborated upon in our Electoral Commission Act. And now this goes beyond the independence of the commissioners as a commission. The law goes on to provide that every individual member and employee of the Commission shall perform the functions and exercise the powers provided for in this Act independently of the direction or interference of any public office, any organ of the government, any political party, any candidate, or any person whosoever or organization. Again, a very clear provision of the law, but if you consider that all our employees are by definition citizens of Malawi who have political rights and they have their own political affiliations, it's not always an easy standard to attain. There are certain contextual guarantees that are provided to ensure that independence is assured. Notwithstanding that independence, there's still some accountability. Currently, the arrangement is that the Commission reports directly to the President on the overall fulfillment of its functions and powers. So we do prepare regular reports for submission to the President, but we insist that that is only a reporting arrangement. It's not a process for the Presidency to provide directions to the Commission. And under the legal regime in Malawi, the High Court has powers to subject the exercise of the powers and functions of the Commission to judicial review. I think something that came up in the panel discussion, to which I wanted to just share a few thoughts personally. Conceptually, there should be nothing wrong with the judiciary as an institution requiring some measure of, or providing some measure of judicial oversight in the functions of an electoral body. Because, as we heard earlier on, democracy is about institutions. It's important that we recognize that all the authorities that we exercise are subject to some level of oversight. But maybe it's the manner how that oversight is administered that should ensure that there is no encroachment into the unique mandates of the different institutions. When it comes to our Electoral Commission, it has also got the responsibility of actually determining boundaries for constituencies. And when we do that activity, our report must be submitted to Parliament. They have no mandate to amend anything we submit. If they disagree with it, they can reject our report, but the law requires that we cannot implement our review unless Parliament adopts the report. So in essence, our key function is to organize, supervise, and direct conduct of elections, but also we have the role of ensuring that there is fairness in the way in which constituencies are distributed across the country. Since 1997, when our Electoral Commission was founded, the only time we've ever done a boundary review activity was last year. It had been avoided because it can be a very politically delicate process. There are boundary review activities that may result, I'm being told to stop, can I have 1 minute? To close. The boundary review activity that we have undertaken was the first time in over 23 years that the Commission had been able to do that task. But it has also generated a lot of confidence in the electorate in the work of the Commission because we had to go to the grassroots in that activity. Nothing we did was done without consultation. And that process has been one critical element in building confidence in a constitutional body that seeks to ensure that its mandate is administered with full participation of the voters. Finally, if I may highlight one legal reform that has been implemented since we came into office, one of the things that the High Court, Constitutional Court, determined in 2020 was to change the threshold for the presidential poll. Previously, it was first past the post, and like the panel highlighted earlier on, our politics in this part of the world tend to be ethnically aligned. And so, political parties predominantly are organized around ethnic affiliations. Now, the law says that nobody can win the electoral poll, presidential poll, without attaining 50% plus one. That is a very radical transformation in our political landscape because it means that there's no ethnic group that has got the numbers to attain that figure. And that necessitates that our politics must embrace an agenda that transcends those ethnic lines. And we do believe that that will go some way to actually entrench our democracy to be a national and inclusive democracy that's got an agenda that transcends just the demography. So people shouldn't just get into office because they come from the predominant group. There should be an agenda that serves the interests beyond their immediate ethnic affiliations. Thank you for your kind attention.
We will now take a lunch break until 14 hours. After luncheon, we will resume proceedings in breakout rooms 1 and 3. Please bring your belongings with you. For those wishing to ask questions of the country presenters, please remain in the auditorium. Please take a moment to check the color of your lunch coupon. Orange coupons exit to the left to be escorted to the cafe on level 1. Red coupons exit to the right for the banquet hall. Green coupons exit to the left to proceed upstairs to the atrium. There will be staff in the hallways if you require assistance. Please silence your cell phones at this time. The program will begin shortly. As you enter the auditorium, please make your way to the seats that are to the front of the auditorium. Kindly fill out the seats that are towards the front of the auditorium as you settle down. The program will be commencing shortly. Please make your way to the front of the auditorium as we settle down. The program will be commencing shortly. Please rise and welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Her Honor, Mrs. W.K. Mutalena Lumango, and the USAID Assistant Administrator for Africa, Dr. Monde Muyangwa.
Please. Good afternoon. My name is Monde Muyangwa, Assistant Administrator of the Bureau for Africa at the United States Agency for International Development. On behalf of President Biden, Secretary Cardona, USAID Administrator Power, and fellow members of the US delegation, I would like to express our deep appreciation and gratitude to the government of the Republic of Zambia for co-hosting the Africa Region Summit for Democracy. In particular, I would like to acknowledge and thank President Hichilema for his support and remarks this morning, and Vice President Nalumango, who has joined us in this session and will be providing today's closing remarks. Your Honor, the Vice President, it is a privilege to have you here with us today for these very, very important deliberations. At this critical moment, the global community of democracies has gathered to reaffirm and build on our shared commitments to freedom, accountability, fairness, and opportunity. The second Summit for Democracy has focused on how free peoples are addressing the world's most pressing challenges, improving lives, and making democracy work for everyone. Grounded in shared values, we are supporting free and fair elections, honest and open government that works, and freedom of the press, as well as human rights. We should not overlook the significance of being in Lusaka for this event. Zambia's commitment to strengthening its democracy began with a credible, free, fair, and inclusive electoral process in 2021, where Zambians, especially youth, turned out in impressive numbers to vote and demand accountability from their government. In the last 18 months, since President Hichilema's government took office, Zambia has shown the seriousness with which they are working to strengthen their democracy and to follow up on the campaign promises that were made to the people of this country. The path is not always smooth, and detractors and vested interests are hard at work to block progress in order to serve their own personal interests. But the Zambian authorities are working hard to deliver accountable and responsive democratic governance for all Zambians. We want to thank the Zambian government and partners here today for co-hosting the Summit for Democracy here in Lusaka. We thank you for bringing us all together to highlight what democratic governance can provide for the people and for the world, and for providing the forum for each of us to recommit and challenge ourselves to do even better. We all know that the workload required to host an event such as this is heavy, and for Zambia that this will continue with Vice President Kamala Harris's arrival tomorrow. we thank you for your graciousness, for your warmth, and for your hospitality. The success of a summit such as this is meaningless without the robust participation and commitment of the participants and delegations. So I'd like to thank each of you, the representatives of government, of electoral institutions, of opposition parties, civil society, of youth activists, and medias for having made this summit such a success. It's a powerful message to all of us that if we are to succeed in bolstering democracies that deliver for the people, it must be a collective effort. We cannot afford to exclude anyone. As we know, democracy is like the logs on a fire needed to cook the pot. The pot cannot be cooked with one log, just like democracy cannot thrive with one stakeholder trying to do all the work. The fire requires more logs, and such is the case with democracy. Again, it needs all stakeholders, government, opposition, civil society, youth, elders, traditional leaders, educators, students. It needs us all. We know democracy is not easy, but we have not shied away from the hard topics because democracies are not afraid to question themselves or to welcome new ideas. And that is precisely what each electoral process presents: the opportunity for new ideas, new leadership, and the collective wisdoms of our peoples expressed through representation in legislatures, local governments, and the presidencies of our countries. Today's discussions have been inspiring, drawing upon your collective wisdom, experience, and dedication across the continent to democratic values and action. And one of the key principles central to democracy is ensuring free, fair, and transparent elections. Free, fair, and transparent political processes, as well as electoral integrity. We have learned from each other about the continued challenges to female politicians, to youth candidates, and to persons with disabilities, and the best practices that many are creating to advance inclusion in the political process. We have learned from our colleagues in government, civil society, and the media, not only the importance of free and independent media, but the modern challenges we all face engaging with social media and digital technologies. As democracies, we know that candidates, the public, and all of us as voters deserve to share and have access to information, and also need information integrity and a digital world that respects democratic rights. We have challenged ourselves to look deeply at the issues of political finance and the costs of running for office and investing in transparent, trusted, and well-administered elections. We also know all too well what the difficulty in developing effective political finance law is equal to the importance of their implementation. I have been inspired by the ideas presented on how we can collectively address the issues of political finance, which we all know is critical for combating corruption and building trust in government amongst our citizens. We have also learned from one another about the challenging and often unsung heroes who work in our election management bodies. These institutions are working hard to guard our democracies, and their independence and effectiveness is key to protecting and improving our democratic processes and the legitimacy of governments that come thereafter. We gather here because we're all in this together. I saw many side discussions today, the exchange of business cards, networking. And as we emerge from the COVID pandemic, I am reminded of those connections established at events such as these, but which are carried on for months and years to come, that they're so critically important to our collective success as we move beyond to renewed implementation back home. all democracies need to review, renew, and revitalize our electoral processes to meet new and emerging challenges to electoral integrity. There are major, major challenges ahead. We certainly recognize this challenge in the United States. But again, we are all in this together, so it is especially important that the US is partnering with Africa in this endeavor. We hear your voices, and together we must commit to continuing our efforts to make elections more inclusive, more transparent, and more open. And despite the many success stories we heard here that inspire us, we know that more needs to be done on this front. And we must not be afraid to let those whose political opinions and beliefs may be different speak their minds. There remain too many leaders who are intent on criminalizing dissent, suppressing countering perspectives, and on insisting that they alone are suitable to lead. If they alone are suitable to lead, have they not failed to do so in the fundamental obligation of government, which is to provide the foundations for their people to thrive? Legitimate elections and legitimacy of governance flow from genuine political competition where all citizens have the right to express their voice, opinion, and finally their vote. Political parties need to be able to freely organize, and once in office, leaders or ruling parties alone do not have the monopoly on good ideas. That free expression and marketplace of ideas from alternate perspectives is critically vital to helping to shape laws, regulations, and policies that can deliver for all the people and optimally help to address the challenges facing the world today. For me, this summit has been an inspiration. So I want to conclude in just sharing with you the many ways in which I have been inspired. And I hope that you too have been inspired the same way. I will leave Lusaka and this Summit for Democracy inspired and motivated by all that we have heard and seen in this summit. I am inspired by this gathering of democracy advocates, or what I like to call democracy warriors, from across the continent, representing so many different sectors, sharing their experiences, their lessons learned, practical ideas and solutions for strengthening democracy on this continent and beyond. I leave here inspired by your strong and unwavering belief that democracy is the best system for delivering on the rights, hopes, and aspirations of your people, especially the voiceless. I leave here inspired by your willingness and commitment to doing the needful, to defend, consolidate, expand, and deepen democracy. That message has come through powerfully in the questions, the presentations, and the engagements that I have seen throughout this summit. I leave here energized and inspired that the discussion was not just about the challenges, but also about practical solutions and ideas on how we can make democracy stronger, how we can make democracy more inclusive for all African peoples and beyond. I leave here inspired by your strategic vision of not just looking at elections. Yes, elections are critically important, but taking a process and a governance outlook on what democracy is. Your desire to strengthen democratic institutions, to build trust, accountability, and integrity into the DNA of governance systems in your countries. And I leave here inspired by your commitment to eliminating the barriers to participation in democracy for all African peoples and beyond. You're not in this alone. If you look around you, you have a room full of allies that are ready to roll up their sleeves and work with you. So I congratulate each of you for the work that you have done, for the work that you continue to do, and the work that you will continue to do once you leave Lusaka. And on behalf of the United States government, I want to assure you that the United States stands in partnership with each of you as we work together to protect and improve our democracies. And as they say here in Zambia, Madam Vice President, Tuatotela, Tualumba, Luitumezi, Zikomo, and thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Please welcome Her Honor, Mrs. W.K. Mutelena Lumango, Vice President of the Republic of Zambia.
Thank you very much. Good evening. We may take our seats. Thank you so much. The visiting honorable heads of judiciaries, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia, Mrs. Nelly Mote, the visiting honorable speakers of national assemblies, the head of delegation for the government of the United States of America, cabinet ministers from the Republic of Zambia, visiting cabinet ministers and heads of foreign delegations, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of electoral commissions, international and regional bodies, representatives of political parties, civil society organizations, and the private sector present, distinguished delegates, the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to join you as we come to the end of the Second Summit for Democracy, held under the theme, Free, Fair, and Transparent Elections as a Foundation for Democratic Governance. Distinguished delegates, I note with satisfaction that the summit deliberated on a number of issues, as we have just heard from Uyangwe, critical to fostering democracy on our continent. The issue include ensuring electoral integrity on the African continent, inclusive participation of women, dear to me, youth, and persons with disabilities in electoral processes, as well as the independence of electoral management bodies and their importance in free, fair, and credible elections. I am certain that the deliberations from this summit have resulted in concrete commitments to deepen democratic governance. As a continent, we must place a premium on holding free, fair, and transparent elections as espoused in the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. Let us promote democratic governance as we pursue sustainable social and economic development for our continent. Distinguished delegates, I am glad that inclusivity was the hallmark of this summit. The women, the youth, and persons with disability from across the continent were provided with a platform to participate in the summit. It is also gratifying to note that both public and private sector institutions, civil society, and the media participated in the summit. Some of the key highlights from the summit, I am informed, include: 1, the importance of the participation of all actors that are familiar with the electoral processes. 2, the need to ensure the rule of law, enhance independent electoral management bodies, and ensure an independent judiciary to safeguard the integrity of elections. 3, the need to partner with key stakeholders, such as political parties, to enhance women, youth, and persons with disability in democratic governance. 4, participation of civil society organizations to ensure accountability in the election processes. 5, introduction of legislative reform on political party financing to ensure participation, accountability, and transparency. And 6, the need to ensure that at the next Summit for Democracy, we should show progress what was agreed upon at this summit through the plenary sessions. I want to deliberately repeat this, because if this is not going to be done, then we become a talk shop. None of us wants that. So I will repeat this. The need to ensure that at the next Summit for Democracy, we should show progress on what was agreed upon at this summit through the plenary sessions. Let us all continue working together in creating a conducive environment that enhances free, fair, and transparent elections as the bedrock for democratic governance. Indeed, I agree with Muyangwa. Democratic governance is for all and by all, and the best form of governance. Let us all continue working together in creating a conducive environment that enhances, I have said that, distinguished delegates. As African countries, we have, from this summit, made clear commitments towards entrenching democracy on the continent. We, therefore, need to implement these commitments in order for the continent to develop tangible solutions that will deliver democratic dividends to our citizens. We have the collective responsibility to mobilize necessary resources to consistently deliver free, fair, and transparent elections. Let us make good on all the commitments made at this summit. Let us continue networking. Let us continue collaborating with one another. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of government and the people of Zambia, and indeed on my own behalf, let me express our profound gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this second Summit for Democracy a success. Our appreciation also goes to all participating countries from the continent for honoring our invitation to this summit. We thank the government of the United States of America for according Zambia the opportunity to co-host the second Summit on Democracy. Distinguished delegates, Zambia is home, I should not forget to say this, that Zambia is home to the world-acclaimed mighty Victoria Falls, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. We also have abundant wildlife. Our traditional cuisine will give you an unforgettable experience. I urge you, Muyangwa, and other guests, in addition to everything you have gone away inspired with, I urge you to sample our unique hospitality and natural beauty. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor. I wished I could say many things, and privilege to declare the second Summit for Democracy for the African region officially closed. Thank you. Thank you. Stay a little longer in Zambia. Thank you.
Please rise for the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Zambia. Please remain standing as Her Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, takes her leave. This concludes the summit proceedings. Thank you for attending the second Summit for Democracy in the Republic of Zambia.